Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
We were sleeping. I've been sleeping. I've been turning away from a truth I wanted not to face. There is a wound that won't heal at the center of the galaxy. There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us. We let it grow, and now it's here.
How many men have you killed, Malone?
I don't know.
50? 100? Countless.
Countless has a nice ring to it.
And how many lives have you saved?
500,000. Population of King's Landing. Tell me if your precious Randy commanded you to kill your own father and stand by while thousands of men, women, and children burned alive, would you have done it? Would you have kept your oath then?
Our time has come. We prepared. We grew stronger. While you rested in your cradle of power, you were trusted to lead the Republic. But you were deceived. You assumed no force could challenge you. Now, finally, we have returned.
The visions are clear now. I see possible futures all at once. Our enemies are all around us. And in so many futures they prevail. But I do see a way. There is a narrow way through.
It's not a prophecy. It's a story that you keep telling, but it's not their story, it's yours. They deserve to be led by one of their own. What your people did to this world is heartbreaking.
We gave them something to hope for.
That's not hope!
We have survived by hiding from them, by running from them. But they are the gatekeepers. They are guarding all the doors, they are holding all the keys, which means that sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them.
I wish none of this had happened.
So do all who live to see such time, but that isn't up for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us.
Forgive me. I did not see. I have failed you all.
You will bring me. John, I do not know what strength is in my blood. But I swear to you, I will not let the White City fall. Our people failed. Our people. Our people.
I wish you good fortune in the wars to come. And now it begins.
No. Now it ends.
Hey guys, welcome to The Narrative, episode 37, The Sovereign War. And you might be wondering the same thing I'm wondering, which is how many different short phrases can I manage to put the word sovereign into over the next few years in order to get across the same vibe as the Sovereign Alliance with slightly different contexts? The answer may surprise you. I'm pretty good at that sort of thing. So, the Sovereign War is a good one. My guest tonight, the ghost of Base Patrick Henry. I saw some besmirchery in the chat, or it might have been compliments, talking about how this is going to be a 5-hour show. The joke's on you guys. Ghost and I were passing some notes back and forth earlier today, and we already have so much material that we very cleverly decided in advance we're going to do 2 shows back-to-back narratives. Ghost is going to be here next Sunday night, unless this is a terrible show, in which case his invite will be rescinded. But we did that so that we would not do 1 5-hour show. It's so that we would do like 2.5-hour shows, which, as you all know, means that we're probably going to do 2 5-hour shows. But at least we can say that our intention was not to do that in advance. And that's basically how it's going to work. Big week for the Sovereign Alliance. Big week for the Sovereign Bros. Sovereign Bros before globalist hoes. That's what we like to say in the business. A lot of that going on. And before I bring Ghost on, I'm going to hit the sponsors. But the framework tonight, we're going to do the story right now. The story right now, I'm calling the Multipolar World. There was a Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, China, a few days ago. There was a Victory Day parade in Beijing. We're going to talk about some of the narratives that came out of that stuff. We're basically going to, the reason we're actually splitting this show into 2 shows is because this week we're going to do what's going on in the East. That's like some Sovereign Alliance goodness. Next week we're going to do what's going on in the West. What's going on in South America, what's going on with cartels and Trump's war there, because we think it has a lot to do with the Sovereign Alliance stuff we talk about quite a bit. The second half of the show, the theme and thesis tonight, I named it The Villains We Need. And the primary villain may surprise you, but I'll give you a little hint. The primary villain that I plan to defend tonight is Donald Trump himself. I think that Donald Trump is being the hero that we need narratively by actually playing the villain right now. So we're going to talk about that. And as always, the third part of the show is you guys. If you have rants, send them on over. Those always get split with whoever my co-host is. If you have boosts, I'm actually going to read one from last week so I don't forget it. Badlander Brit sent $10 over and said, "Love you, BB. Been a fan before your video reveal. You helped keep me sane. Thank you." And that was past tense, helped keep her sane. So, I don't know how that's going these days in terms of the sanity department, but I appreciate the support. You can go to badlandsmedia.tv/boost if you want to support the show, and we'll read that stuff at the end. Otherwise, the rants is you guys. With the rants tonight, maybe if you have any questions, of course, for me or Ghost or both of us, send those over in the rant section. But also, I will save stuff if you have specific questions, like for next week. Since this is the rare time of a returning, we'll do a 2-parter, something specific you want to talk about, then maybe put that into a rant. Otherwise, tonight's show is brought to you by our new friends at Silent. Empower your right to disconnect with Silent Faraday cage bags. In a world where tech never sleeps, our mission is to keep you safe, private, and healthy. Our patented technology shields your devices from hacking, tracking, and EMF radiation, giving you autonomy over your digital life. Disconnecting sparks creativity, strengthens relationship, and brings peace of mind. With Silent, you get effortless gear built with integrity, always staying one step ahead to protect your data and security. Choose Silent and reclaim your freedom to disconnect. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/SLNT. SLNT. Use the promo code BADLANDS to snag your discount. That's badlandsmedia.tv/SLNT. Promo code BADLANDS. Thanks to our new friends at Silent. And also pretty new friends that I met and spoke with quite a bit at Gart Deadwood a few weeks ago. They actually helped Mrs. Bright and myself out with some naturopathic products that we've actually been using on our infant child to some good success. That is our friends at Tamarack Garden. Introducing Tamarack Garden's handcrafted herbal remedies, teas, and skincare made with weeds, wildflowers, and wild harvested herbs in the Pacific Northwest. Their products will heal your skin, boost collagen, lighten dark spots, and slow aging. Plus, it's safe for babies, grandmas, and everyone in between. From salves for headaches, bug bites, and arthritis to supplements for liver and kidney health, they harness God's bounty for your health and to keep you out of the doctor's office. Family owned in North Idaho, Tamarack Garden's dermatologist-recommended products support your body inside and out because your health deserves better. Visit tamarackgarden.com today. With the promo code BADLANDS, you'll get free shipping on orders over $35. tamarackgarden.com, promo code BADLANDS. Save free shipping on orders over $35. Can't say enough good things about them. You guys know this. I'm not like a user of things in general. Okay? It just is what it is. I grill steaks. I put the same shirts on every day, sometimes at Gart to my wife's chagrin. But my wife does use things. And it turns out things can be pretty useful. So that's why I give you her anecdotes when she's been using stuff. I'm like, how's that thing you've been using? And she's like, it's good. I use it on our infant child. I'm like, okay, well, then the ad read is accurate. Anyway, without further ado, here is Ghost, brought in succinctly, as always. How's it going, man?
It's going great. How are you?
I'm good. I want to address the tension.
Fair.
You know, there's a lot of tension. Again, like John's been addressing some of the tension that's been going on. I want to address some of the tension too. Ghost is coming in here acting all humble. We all know what he's doing. We all know he's being kind of a dickhead. But he doesn't know that I'm playing some 5D chess on him. For those who are not aware, Ghost is my opponent in week 1 of Badlands Fantasy Football. Based on math and numbers, it may look like I have a 1% chance of winning this week's matchup, which is true. Okay? Technically, that's true. Just like technically a lot of the things we're going to discuss tonight are true. But do they really feel true on a long enough timeline? And what I want to get across here is that if you look at my bench, it has outperformed Ghost's bench to a comical degree. Absolutely comical. It's not even close. And all of these bench players, we might be rolling with a new squad next week. Okay? Nobody's even going to recognize the Brights. And I want your response to that. I want your humble submission to the future of the Bright bench squad.
I really just give all the credit to my win or my impending win to the name of my team and the avatar picture, which is a Trump kissy face, and the team name, of course, is Grab Them by the Pussy. And I think that is the most humble team name I could come up with that also, I think, communicates the intent of the whole thing. So
yeah. I mean, really what I did is I picked Drake May because in the Bright household, if we don't pick Patriots and then the Patriots do well, we're going to feel extra guilty. Turned out he just was fine today. Not good, not horrible. And Justin Fields is not good at sports, but what he is good at is fantasy sports. And we're going to make that swap, I think, for week 2. And we'll see how that goes. In
Fair.
which he will inevitably be benched by week 3. But, you know, we'll get to that when we get to it. But anyway, man, there's a lot of sovereign goodness going on lately. There's almost an embarrassment of riches. I'm going to tease something for the second half of the show that we're not going to get into yet. But just to tell people where we're going in that second half. Ghost sent me this before the show. Putin and Trump will prevent World War III, according to this Kremlin envoy. So that's where we're going. We've been talking about this for a long time. But before then, the reason that we wanted to do this show is that over the last few days, there was a big to-do in China. We had the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the SCO summit in Tianjin. I think last year it was in Astana. Started to make some big inroads there. That was a big deal. And they followed that up with a Victory Day parade in Beijing. Trump was talking about it. We got some good photo ops of all the bros. And we're going to talk about a lot of the narrative stuff in the second half. How is Trump handling this? What's the game theory? Is the Sovereign Alliance still real, even though the bros are kind of being mean to each other right now? But before we get to that, I'd like to talk about, you know, I know a lot of people there are so many narratives right now, especially in the domestic side of things. Trump's bombing boats, for God's sakes. The guy hates boats. He can't stand them. Any boat he sees, he's going to bomb or show us a video of him having bombed it, right? So it's hard to keep track of what's going on in China. but a lot of people in the audience probably have not seen kind of what's actually going on over there besides a Trump truth on the situation. So I wanted your thoughts on part one, which would be the SCO summit in Tianjin. Did you kind of read up on that and what was coming out of it or going into it? What were your thoughts on what China, Russia, India, what are these players deploying when they're over there at the SCO to the rest of the world?
Yeah, it was a really, really big deal, and I was tracking it minute by minute in real time, of course, because it's funny, leading up to it, very few people were even talking about the SCO meeting, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. What they really, like the real milestone that was on everybody's social calendar, so to speak, was the 80th anniversary Victory Day Parade for World War II, for the Allied victory in World War II. And this is a rerun of what we did back in May. Everyone remembers when Trump went to the Middle East and gave this like the really historic speech in Saudi Arabia. And I, of course, was not in country to report on it. So
right.
Joke's on me. But the weekend before that, Putin invited all the boys to Moscow to do the 80th anniversary victory parade in Moscow to celebrate the victory over Germany. Because, of course, it was the Soviet Union that defeated Nazi Germany, not the Americans. It wasn't the Americans, and it wasn't the French, and it wasn't the British. It was the Russians who defeated the German. Now, they did it with American trucks. And of course, the pincer move that we brought, because when we invaded France and in Italy before that, set the stage for Russia to succeed. But and of course, the Battle of Kursk was the turning point when Germany bit off more than it could chew. The funny part here, and this is where it's like there's a rerun happening. There's symbolic, there's a symbolic, weird kind of apropos poetic moment, because the parade from last Wednesday in Beijing was celebrating the victory over Japan. So Russia defeated Nazi Germany. America was actually the one that defeated Japan. China was like living under, occupation from Japan, but they were our ally, which is why they're now part of the Security Council. And, they've gotten a lot of positive fluff after World War II, despite some of the things they've done. We were not there, though. It's like everybody was there to celebrate the victory over Japan, except for the people the guys who actually who did the island hopping campaign and won the war, right?
Yeah.
Which was really strange. That was one of the reasons I expected Donald Trump to go, was because he would have been like the belle of the ball, the American president.
Right.
Because of the theme of tonight's show, I think it makes perfect sense for him not to be there. The fact that we weren't there was a big slight against the whole thing, and kind of reinforces this tension between the bros and Trump. But overall, I mean, take Trump out of the equation and just look at everybody else. Like, the ball coach is gone, but the team captain is running the squad just fine, and that would be Putin. And it's like, man, that was last week was just an incredible week for the Sovereign Alliance.
Yeah, and I want to get more into the Victory Day thing in a little bit. I think that's good to lead with.
The SCO thing is more important, in my opinion. I think SCO became
on
more
an
important.
actual. Yeah.
Yes, on an actual.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. The
yes.
Victory Day thing is great for this show because I think it gives you hints as to the past and the future, the past informing the future. I think that it's signal as to sort of the story that's being told here. But yeah, the SCO summit was a bigger deal on an actual level. I was just looking for, I couldn't find it right off the top of my head. But we're going to get to, in the second half of the show, Trump's statement on this whole summit. And he references what Ghost was just talking about there. The idea that, the U.S. was not even represented at this Victory Day parade, in which they were the ones who achieved the victory. But to your point, it's kind of a funny inversion because the Russians are never recognized by the Allies for the role they played in World War II. They were part of the Allies, guys. I don't know if anybody knows that. It seems like nobody knows that the Russians were our allies. When you were talking about that, it actually reminded me of the ending to Band of Brothers, or pick any World War II piece of propaganda, and even if they might be true and very well done pieces of propaganda, it's propaganda. I think the most effective pieces of propaganda are true, but they just leave stuff out, right? And so many Western and particularly American pieces of World War II propaganda, they'll mention the Russians kind of at the closing. Like, they'll kind of be like, oh, yeah, we got word that the Russians are moving in. And I think it's twofold sort of insult to Russia. Number one, they're saying it as an afterthought, and the implication is almost the Russians are coming in to mop up what we have done, what the Americans have done. But on another level, to Ghost's point, you know, if you look into the death tolls and everything, the Russians did more than their part in World War II, World War I, and World War II. I don't know if everybody knows this. Sometimes I'm not aware because I was actually talking about it earlier today. I often forget that my concentration in literature in university was Russian literature, so I probably got maybe exposed to more of that history than a lot of Westerners at the time. But the term scorched earth comes from Russia. A lot of these terms that we just use like in normal parlance in the context of warfare in the West comes from Russian history. And for anybody that's unaware, the term scorched earth came out of, I don't know if it was World War I or II. I think it was II, but I could be mistaken there. But it was this idea that the Russians had a mentality that they would never surrender as a culture to anybody, and that even if they were completely overmatched manpower-wise or technology-wise, they had a policy where they would destroy their own villages in order to make it significantly more difficult for an invading force to get further and further entrenched into their territory. So that is what the term scorched earth comes from. It's how the Russians were fighting the collectivists, the Prussians, and the Nazis. It's
more importantly, burning the fields, because when you're an advancing army, you have to forage for food because your supply line can't keep up, and the logistics become difficult to get supplies to the front line. So they have to forage for food. So if you burn all the food and destroy everything and then retreat, and then the Russian winter kind of takes care of the rest.
Right. Yeah, and Trump had the truth I was looking for earlier. I didn't find it. I should have found it before the show. But Trump earlier this year, when he was flirting with Putin, he started the year flirting with Putin. Then they had their breakup after the birthday call, and then they had their kind of will they, won't they in Alaska, which we had projected ahead of time. But before the first breakup, Trump had put a statement out where he talked about the shared histories between the U.S. and Russia. This is stuff we've been talking about for quite a long time, but it really is not something Americans are ever told about, least of all from an American president. And what really was signal, in my opinion, and encouraging in that statement Trump had put out at the time is he specifically referenced the death toll that the Russians had incurred in the world wars. So, it wasn't just him saying, oh, the Russians were our allies, we used to be friends, we can be again. To me, it was him really cutting through the info war in these moments and saying, this is how much damage the same enemy, the collectivists and the globalists, have done to Russia and that have also done to us. So he's been, I think, prepping the battle space, but it is taking a long time. Like you said, you thought maybe he would be over there. I certainly thought that was possible as well. But clearly, they're slow rolling this one a little bit.
Yeah, well, if you want to share my screen, this is something that Matt Arrett educated me on. This is a statue of Tsar Alexander II and Abraham Lincoln. This statue is in central Russia. Wow. And it's because the Trans-Siberian Railroad was constructed with the help of the Americans, and the first engine to ever run on the Trans-Siberian Railroad was built in Philadelphia and was an American train. So yeah, like our partnership with Russia is deep and goes back to the American Revolution. We wouldn't have won the American Revolution without Russia. People always talk about France, and that's absolutely true. The French contributions to it, but without Russia, there wouldn't have been fair waterways. They're the ones who kept the waterways open and kept neutrality so that we could keep sending ships around the world. Benjamin Franklin would have been probably kidnapped and taken hostage by the British if it had not been for the Russians. It was Catherine the Great who told the British, "We will sink British ships if y'all don't keep neutrality in the waterways." So Russia, I can't overstate how much Russia has done and contributed to American history. And it's really sad that the Bolshevik, the people who've taken control of our society have hate the Russians, who just on a historic level will not allow us to have that knowledge.
Well, and that's a good point, because it's really eye-opening the more you dig into these rabbit holes. But the Bolshevik Revolution, we talk about that, and I think mentally we silo that into Russia, right? We're like, okay, the Bolshevik Revolution, it was Russia. They murdered the czars. Speaking of Tsar Nicholas, they sort of took over Russia. But that is what has been going on here, I would say, for a long time. But I think their most direct deployment was the assassination of John F. Kennedy. If you just play those mental games, if you play those mental and historical games, and you just interweave or you sub in the term Bolshevik with deep state, it's all the same thing, right? And when you really start to understand that, you can understand they went after the Russians first because arguably they were a bigger threat at that time, right? They were more established than the Americas in that period of history. We were still kind of getting on our feet. We had managed to, with their help, fend off the British, etc., twice, and fend off a lot of that subversion. There was a lot of British attempted subversion that you're very well versed on, that we had been managing to keep our, I think, head, eyes above water. But there's a reason that they instituted a full-out Bolshevik revolution, violent coup and overthrow in the early 20th century on Russia. And, it probably, it's not the only reason, but I think it has something to do with what you're talking about there, right? Like every time they tried to come over and really inflict their power or project their power over this fledgling nation in the U.S., the Russians had something to say about it. So they needed to, it wasn't the only reason, but you really, when you really start going back through Russian history, and specifically, as you and Matt Arrett talk about a lot, Russian U.S. history in that 18th, 19th, 20th century, it starts to open your eyes as to, if you understand that what the deep state feared the most, in my opinion, was a union and a strengthening accord and relationship between a rising America and an established Russia, then it makes more sense why they went so hard on Russia, like pulled out all the stops on them, including, as you mentioned, I don't think it was just Hitler that was going after Russia. I think whoever he was working for, they really had their sights set on weakening Russia to a degree that they hadn't even gone against anybody else, including even France.
Yeah, and I see people in the chat talking about what happened to the Polish people, the people basically living between Germany and Russia prior to the Germans showing up and invading. It's really important to understand that entire region, the Ukrainian lands, borderlands, as Putin explained to Tucker. The Bolsheviks were Jewish Ukrainians. That's what their ethnicity was. They were not Russians. And they were contained for 125 years. They were contained by Catherine the Great in 1791 in a giant region that includes modern-day Belarus, Ukraine, Lithuania, parts of Prussia, and parts of Poland for 125 years until the Bolsheviks were unleashed by powerful businessmen from the West, New York primarily, and London. And they were sent into Moscow while the strong, brave men were on the front lines in Germany fighting World War I. They went into Moscow and butchered the czar, the royal family, and that's how they took over. And then when the army came back to fight them, they were already beaten up, and a civil war happened, and they couldn't win. So it's really important to understand that. And then Stalin was actually not one of these people. Stalin came out of Georgia. He was from the Caucasus, and he ended up expelling all these guys in the 30s. Trotsky being the most famous of them. Trotsky then eventually ends up in Mexico, and as Chris and I talked about on the Book of Trump when he came on, in Mexico, his disciples in the 30s go on, move to New York City, and then their children become Irving Kristol and all of the founders of the neoconservative movement in the 1970s take over the Republican Party. Literally, Bolshevik communists take over the Republican Party, and then the modern Republican Party is a Bolshevik communist movement that pretends to be something different. And that is why for years have been saying it's our greatest enemy. It's the final boss, at least as far as like this domestic battle, like political battle goes. I mean, there's bigger monsters to slay than just the Republican Party. But until I think we're prepared to confront the Republican Party, we're not going to go anywhere domestically, politically, at least. So.
Yeah, the refrain I often use with that is the wolves among us, I call them, and the Con Inc., Doom Brigade, etc. in the U.S., the Unity crowd, as Chris would say, fake MAGA. The reason to fear them more or to concentrate on them more is, I think, twofold. Number one, if you find yourself, I think most of our audience has been, as either the ones who got really upset about this left. Some people have kind of come around to this way of thinking, and others, we've just kind of beaten it into them rhetorically. But if you find yourself emotionally reacting to people when they question unity, what I would consider toxic unity, arguments about unity, leading with arguments of unity, etc., this is exactly why. First of all, it means that you're blinding yourself to a potential issue. Second of all, you mentioned that anecdote of the Bolsheviks and the Tsars, right? If the Bolsheviks lined up, and so to speak, and went to war with the Russian army, they're not going to win, right? Mm-hmm. They knew they weren't going to win. Now, maybe things would be different because, as you said, the Russians were stretched thin, but you wonder why they were stretched thin. So what do? They sneak in. They cut off the head of the snake. They kill the czars. It's a mass trauma event. In those days, too, without the internet and modern technology, imagine the upheaval that you could enact before. I don't know how to put this, but in the modern day, if you assassinate a world leader, you can't keep that a secret for more than 8 minutes, right? So there are advantages to enemies and color revolutions in the modern world and the internet, but honestly, largely, I think that the internet and decentralization is really, really bad for coups and overthrows because it blasts so much real-time information into the battle space, even if a lot of it is fake, that it creates this instant engagement by the populace with whatever the stories are that are being told. If you're back in the early 20th century, and you kill the czars, and you kill their guards, and you kill whoever, I'm not pretending I know how it all went down, even though I've read about it. None of us really know. We're reading accounts of what went down. But if you have your people in place, the most important role at that time, as Brad Zerbo even talks about in this Codex 9/11 documentary, the propaganda of the, who was it? The Wilson era, President Wilson, then whoever is telling the initial stories to the populace has an asymmetric advantage over how the battle space is going to develop. And that's all just to say, the wolves that are in, like humans and tribes have long understood from modern society all the way back to, fires and caves, that if your enemy is inside of the gates, they are much more dangerous than if they are outside of the gates. And it's not just because, they can kill you if they're inside of the gates. It's because they can take out your leadership and then start crafting narrative projection outward from there. That's how I would say it. And that's why, Trump, I would say, and obviously us at Badlands, we take significantly more seriously the threat major influencers that present themselves as MAGA while in truth being Bolsheviks and having Bolshevik ties than we do CNN, who are open communists and open Marxists, right? Because we recognize that that CNN is the mob outside of the gates waving their torches and threatening you, and that Fox and whoever else you want to say, the Con Inc. Brigade, are in the gates taking meetings with your leadership and are part of the same army.
Yeah, I mean, and absolutely correct and well said. And it's ultimately because we are beholden to identity politics. We like to pretend that we don't engage in it, and we like to mock the left for engaging in the more like lunatic fringe end of the spectrum when it comes to identity politics. But ultimately, we are beholden to it. Our minds are totally captured by it. And all people have to say is a string of words in a certain order. I identify as this. And all of a sudden we're like, oh, this is an ally. This person's an ally. Right. And it's like, it's that simple to put on the sheep's clothing and to walk into the herd. And all of a sudden, like, we're totally, well, he's one of us because he's got a little R next to his name and he looks the part and he sounds the part. But going back to the Russian Civil War, basically what happens is the Russian military is at war for 10 years. If you go back to the Russo-Sino War, when Russia went to war with Japan in like 1908, that goes straight into World War I. And so these guys are literally in trench warfare, like the worst kind of warfare you can imagine, for 10 years. And so they are completely worn out and just at the end of their rope. They haven't seen their families, many of them, in 10 years. And when they march on Moscow, there's a siege on Moscow because the Bolsheviks dug in, and the siege lasts about a year. But you have to remember that the leadership had been murdered; they had been butchered. So there wasn't like a centralized leadership, and the Russian military at the time was the most eclectic military in the world. It's a military that would make any leftist blush at how eclectic and diverse it was, because you had, if you could imagine,
but was it gay?
Yeah, not in a gay way, but in a very like natural way, because Russia is naturally the most eclectic nation, like diverse nation in the world, because you had like Scandinavian Vikings on one side, right, on one end, then you had Muslims, then you had literally like Asians, like Eastern Asians, all of them dressing their own way, all of them speaking their own language, all having their own weapons, like they, because they had blunted weapons, not just firearms. And they were all broken up into their own units. And basically what happens after a year is they all just start infighting because they're all camped out outside of Moscow. They can't break in. They're completely exhausted. They haven't seen their families in years. And they just decide to all go home. They're like, look, we can't do it. And they start fighting with one another. They don't speak the same language. There's no central leadership. There's no Donald Trump figure to keep them all motivated and on task. And so they all go back to their own corner of Russia. And for a lot of them, that was a very, very long march home. And yeah, I mean, that's basically how the Soviet Union started. And then from there, the Bolsheviks, who weren't even really Russian, who lived in like this giant ghetto for 125 years, where they basically operated as like an organized crime syndicate. They take over, and that's how the Soviet Union begins. And so it's really sinister that history is not taught to us, because the war between the Red Army and the White Army is so symbolic of like what we're going through right now. And if we could learn from it, I think we could glean, how do we win this thing that we're in right now? But most people don't even know that anecdote that I just laid out.
Yeah, for sure. And this is all, as usual, we take a backdoor into the initial topic, but I think it actually works that way. The history of the U.S. and Russia and their alliances with each other, the histories of each respective people, and especially the Russians, it's really interesting because if you keep that in the back of your mind, and then you observe the current battle space, you can begin to see why it's not hard for us to stretch basically anything that's happening into the belief in what I've termed the Sovereign Alliance. People call it the Multipolar World Order. Pick your term. The bros, sovereign bros before communist hoes, whatever you want to say. Regions of responsibility, etc. But I do think there's a pretty direct sovereign alliance here. And going back to the SCO summit in Tianjin,
Yes, that's where you need to go.
and yeah, and some of the keys to come out of that. I'll just show one example of a headline, and there's tons and tons and tons of these that you can find. But this is from somewhat friendly media, I would say. Zero Hedge over here, quoting from Global Research. The rise of a multipolar world order. The West just watched the world shift in Tianjin. And then let me find one more. Hold on. This was a really funny preview piece that I thought was interesting from The Guardian, so, might as well be the globalist. China's Victory Day military parade. Why are Putin and Kim Jong-un there? And what is the axis of upheaval? The reason I loved this one in particular is a few months ago, I wrote an article called Axis or Allies back in July. And in this one, I talked about a theory that kind of goes in line with a lot of what we talk about, but on a narrative level of saying, I think we're on the cusp of an inversion of the Axis and Allies paradigm. A lot of the stuff that you've been talking about is World War I, World War II in particular, and what's infamous out of World War II. There was the Axis and there was the Allies. There was the good guys and there was the bad guys, right? Even though we kind of get them a little confused sometimes. And I think that what I had projected in July, what you're going to see heading into the fall, is the media is really going to start hammering that terminology back into the zeitgeist, the Axis. And they weren't using it at the time. A couple months later, The Guardian comes out and literally calls Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea the axis of upheaval. And in that article, I think I literally said those were going to be the nations that they used. Let me see if I have it in here. Yes. Just for the receipts.
Yeah.
Gotta pull the receipts up. And again, this isn't... whatever, it's a victory lap, sure. But it's also, I think that this stuff is encouraging because it shows you that we're not just forcing this stuff into a reading of the Sovereign Alliance. We tend to know where this shit is going constantly, and the globalist media doesn't because we know who the good and the bad guys are. What I said here was, observe how the new axis, represented by Russia and China, are making inroads with Iran and all the proxies in the Middle East, North Korea, and Africa, that the Trump admin has kept at arm's length, while forwarding actuals and narratives that have forced other less peaceful parties to leave very much alone, so the sifting might lead to a much-needed settling. And the idea there was the fact that the globalist media would start saying, the enemies we've been telling you are enemies for the last generation, basically, for our entire lives, they're all starting to converge. And Trump is kind of telling you that as well. The reason the SCO summit was this big narrative deployment is because, whether you think it's good or bad, them all appearing on stage together like that without Trump there, to your earlier point, is taken as basically this big declaration of sort of a narrative and economic war, I would say, on the West. And the funny thing is, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. It just depends on whether or not you think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, you could actually make the argument that what we're witnessing right now is a continuation, in some ways, of World War II. I mean, there's some differences, and there's some. I think a lot of the nuance has been refined a little bit. I do think that there were bad elements kind of animating the whole thing. I think World War II, in my opinion, World War I and World War II were giant psyops, or psyacs, I guess you'd call them, to basically obliterate the European continent and destroy Western civilization. That's primarily destroy the Christian West is what I think the purpose of World War I and World War II were. And that's what they did. I mean, if you
get them to destroy each other, the Christians all kill each other.
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst military decisions in military history was for Hitler to do Operation Barbarossa, for him to invade Russia. Had he just hunkered down and just sat there and just defended the territory he had taken, everyone in Europe would be living under the Third Reich still. But instead, he went into Russia and made one of the worst decisions ever, and the Battle of Kursk was the turning point, and that was where everything went south for them. But if you look at what the European Union is right now, so right now you have the European Union hyperventilating over the SCO because the SCO represents like a challenge to their hegemony, the hegemony that goes back to the days of the British East India Company. That wasn't the only East India Company, by the way. There was the Dutch East India Company and the Portuguese East India Company, etc. But they're angry because Vukek, and I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves, but Vukek and Fico went.
Yeah.
But you know, the European Union was founded in 1993. It's pretty young organization.
I didn't even know it was that new. Jeez.
Oh yeah, 93. And there used to be, I need to go track this down, but there used to be on 4chan, somebody took the founding documents of the EU and they put it side by side with the post-war plans for Europe by the Third Reich. Like, when we win the war, here's what we're gonna do. Literally, it's like a copy pasta. It's cut and paste of what they're going to do. Set up a economic zone that all uses the same currency, the euro. Like lower trade barriers, like all the things that basically would have undermined the sovereignty of all the individual countries to allow it to make it easier to centralize control, centralize power. So you could look at the EU in a lot of ways as the Fourth Reich. That's what a lot of people have called it. That's what I call it, the Fourth Reich. And to that point, they openly, Putin and the boys openly call Ukraine like the neo-Nazis. So It's a very literal reading when you consider that the EU is 100% behind Ukraine. Putin even said the other day, I don't even really care if Ukraine joins the EU. If you want to join the EU, join the EU. You just can't join NATO. Like, NATO is the problem because that's a military alliance. EU is just a European. It's basically like an economic partnership. Yeah. But anyway, so that's an interesting part of it. Let me real quick introduce the other character that I think is really, has these leaders, like the Bolshevik leaders or whatever of the unipolar hegemony spinning. And basically, you can look at Fox News. I mean, Fox News is a Bolshevik news outlet. There's no denying that. It's a Trotskyite, neoconservative news outlet. If you can just look at who do they consider to be the enemy, and that is a really, really, it's not a perfect science, exact science, but that's a really good indication of who actually is probably an earnest actor, like an earnest white, like quote unquote white hat. And white hat meaning that they are actually pushing for national sovereignty and not the consolidation of power in the hands of the few. And so Modi from India, I think, represents a defector. Like, India is a defector from the unipolar hegemony, because a couple years ago they had it pegged for war. India and China were having skirmishes in 2021 on the border, actually in 2020 as well. Chinese soldiers were being killed. Indian soldiers were being killed. I remember in 2022, Steve Bannon was talking about World War III happening in India playing the role of Europe and fighting a two-front war. They'd be fighting Pakistan in the west, east.
Whoops.
Yep.
Sorry, my bad.
All good. And China in the east. And so there you go. And real quick, before you share that, I think we should look at this 30-second video of Modi, because Modi.
Is this a video? Oh, okay.
Right here. Sorry. So Modi goes up. I was showing that video, that picture before. Like, he's a big hugger. He loves to hug. Like if you invite Modi to the party, he's gonna be grabbing buns. He's gonna touch you up a little bit. He's not helping the Indian stereotype at all by being handsy like that. But with him, it's not creepy. I think he's kind of like the just jovial uncle. Here he is after him and Putin hug. He grabs Putin by the hand and walks him across the room to go say what's up to Xi. And this moment is captured by everybody. This is like the meme. Like, this is like the moment that everyone.
Want to full screen it?
Oh yeah, sorry. This is the moment that everyone kind of points to.
This is the encapsulation of the SCO.
And to the point that I just made, watch this. So, like, we don't need to watch that whole video. Look at what Fox News says about it. Says, so they actually, like, they have the video here of them holding hands, and they're like, why is Modi grabbing these guys by the hands and being so handsy? Is his Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi held hands with Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping Monday. President Donald Trump seemed to respond to the images, saying India should have lowered tariffs on American goods years ago. So Fox News is triggered by the fact that Modi's getting handsy with everyone. But that's because Modi used to, like, India used to be their guy, and now India is firmly out of the unipolar hegemony and defecting from it 100%.
Yeah, and it's impossible not to skip ahead here. That's why we can just hit that now. Then, because I do think the India deployment, the Modi thing is the biggest thing, the biggest declaration to come out of this summit. People, there might be people being like, even in our audience, being like, Wyatt, Putin and Xi and et cetera have met before. Why is this a big deal? And even Modi is part of BRICS. You've got the BRICS alliance. That's not the same thing as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The word that was coming out of this summit in a lot of globalist circles was rapprochement, right? However you pronounce that, between India and China. So the history of India and China is not a good one. We're talking about Russia and the US. We're talking about Axis and allies and all that kind of stuff. The history between India and China is obviously not good. And even though they're both in BRICS, BRICS is largely an economic kind of a trade sort of organization. One of the big criticisms of BRICS for the last decade has been that they can't really get on the same page in any real meaningful way.
They lack leadership.
They lack leadership. BRICS is kind of, Trump says this, and I don't think it's really kayfabe when he's saying, like, BRICS is not that powerful. It's more of like it's kind of like an EU type of thing, really. It's just sort of we're on the same page. Go ahead.
Well, so like the quick point here. I had a liberal professor in college. A lot of my professors in college, I went to like a pretty conservative school. But I had one professor who was like 90 years old. He wrote a bunch. Ronald Heinemann. He wrote a bunch of Civil War history books and was like a legend in the Civil War history circles. But he was a raging liberal, and he would like start every semester off by saying Robert E. Lee and all the Confederate generals are the greatest traitors in the history of America. And at least one guy would stand up and walk out of the room because, this is the South, this is Virginia. Yeah. And so like trigger, and he always would laugh and say, every time. Yeah. But he made a lot of great points, and he made me think about the Civil War in ways that I hadn't before. And it wasn't the end all be all, but one of the points he made is he said, look, the Confederacy was always going to lose, always doomed to fail to lose that war. And here's why. They had no centralized command in a military conflict. They could not organize against the opponent who had a centralized command. So just for example, towards the end of the war, the guys fighting in Virginia didn't have shoes on. They didn't have supplies. They didn't have like basic things they needed to fight a war. There are warehouses full of that stuff in North Carolina that were not being sent because the way the Confederacy was set up was every state was autonomous and could decide for itself whether it was going to like send supplies around. So there was like the logistics and the supply chains and everything were totally screwed up because there was no centralized command, because that was antithetical to what the Confederacy was. So to that point, that's, I think, one of the points that Trump's making about BRICS is that, hey, BRICS is like a confederacy versus these other regulatory bodies, which are much more centralized. Now, we're talking about economic trade associations, not military, like military organizations that are fighting a war. So two different things. But it's a really interesting point that BRICS is like a confederacy versus these other things in the West, which are far more draconian and make life for us much worse.
Yeah, it's an interesting first principles argument that gets to the heart of one of my jokes is everybody who kind of enters the truth community, you have a period of time where you are a libertarian, and then you grow up, and libertarians get upset when I say that. But I went through
such a good line, yeah.
Well, and it's to the point you're making, right? One of the things I say in writing all the time is the micro is the macro and the macro is the micro from a first principles perspective. If it doesn't work on a small scale, it won't work on a large scale. If it doesn't work on a large scale, it won't work on a small scale. And some people might disagree with that. But to your point about, the term we use a lot in many different contexts around here is power projection. So what Trump is talking about with BRICS is power projection. The reason I say that with libertarians is you can have all the great, cute ideals you want. I would actually apply this to a lot of Bitcoiners who talk about, and I'm a Bitcoiner, but Bitcoiners who are like, yeah, all you need to do is store your keys in your head and like you're a sovereign individual. And it's like, okay, what if I just take your house though?
Yeah.
Like, well, I have my keys in my head. What if I just kill you or put you in jail? Well, I have my keys in my head. Okay, you've got your wealth in your head. It doesn't really matter if I have physical power over you, right? Like, so yes, it is a big part of power projection, money, economic power, depriving the system of that power and of that mandate, for sure. It is not the only form of power projection. And I think that this BRICS, SCO, the EU thing you bring up, NATO, the reason to your earlier point that NATO is such a nefarious organization is that NATO understands real power projection, which is economic and military. It's all about enforcing its ideals and enforcing a system. And what Trump understands, there's a reason that Trump is recalling the John F. Kennedy motif of peace through strength, right? There's a reason for that. And the men that you're seeing at this SCO summit and in the Sovereign Alliance, specifically Putin and Xi, they exemplify that. And that's really one of the major points I want to drive home in these discussions. You know, tonight and next week, it's not the first time that we've said that, but when you're confused, I would just, as a table setter, we're going to get much deeper into this tonight and next week, but as a table setter, I would just submit to you that if you're confused about Trump's rhetoric and you're confused about kind of the aggressive stance he seems to take at times with some of these players, just remember some of the points Ghost's making here and some of the points I'm making about power projection. And Trump is saying he agrees with the stated end goal of a lot of these other entities, but he doesn't think it matters if you don't have the power to enforce that end goal. And we're going to get into that deeper in the second half, but to loop this back to India and why the SCO summit was a big deal, it was that the leader of India went, it wasn't just that he went to the SCO, it wasn't just that he's, palling around with BRICS. He went to China. He went to a Chinese Victory Day parade in Beijing. He's palling around with Xi Jinping.
Yep.
The Indians are friendly in the modern era with Russia. They're friendly economically, they're friendly militarily. Most of India's military equipment actually comes from Russia. Russia basically arms India. But there's been a lot of historical tension between India and China. There's been a lot of economic tension between India and China because China has really been the globalist battery of the world. And by that, I don't mean that Xi Jinping is globalist. I've been writing about that on an island for a long time. But I think China has been used as the battery to power globalism worldwide. They have used Chinese slave labor, essentially, and these agreements with regional magistrates to power the globalist economy, to offshore American jobs. India, as Trump has been educating everybody on at the beginning of the Golden Age, the beginning of 2025, before his recent kayfabian turn on Modi, Trump has been educating everybody and saying India should be a bigger ally of the US when it comes to a manufacturing perspective. Some people think that's a contradiction because they're like, why would you if you're against offshoring, why are we going to move all of our production to India? What he's doing is he's pitting India against China on an economic front and against the globalist oligarchy. When you see Modi and Xi together, it's a declaration of economic war on the West. It's them coming together and saying, in my opinion, what if we in Asia don't just become the production hubs for the West? What if we can use our own resources and our own people and our own ingenuity and our own technology and the fact that we represent half the world's population to become powerful and sovereign nations in our own right? And that is what the globalists and what the EU and what NATO doesn't like. I would argue Trump is totally okay with this, which I think we can kind of prove tangentially a little bit in the future. But for now, I would say India is, to your point, I think the India deployment is the thing that globalists are most worried about coming out of this, because if those two nations have cordial relations, turns out they might need the European piggy bank far less than they did before, when they were kind of at each other's throats.
Yeah, and it's really important to remember that like that, what you just described, the conflict there with India and China, historically, at the center of that entire thing is Britain, and the British, and what they did to both India and China, with the Opium Wars, where they were bringing in opium from India, and they were flooding China with opium because they were trying to basically make all the men in China docile and just lazy, and like they wouldn't stop anything that the British wanted to do. And of course, India in the 1700s became the laboratory for the British elite. Through the East India Company, they learned how to do all of the regime change stuff. I mean, they figured it out from scratch. The French were the first ones to do it against the British in the 1730s in India. They realized that, hey, we don't need to send our own troops down there to fight. We can just go send a bunch of gold, buy out one of these warlords, get him to go attack the other warlord, and that's a proxy war, and that's a great way to do it. And then you're just buying and selling warlords, you're buying and selling the loyalty of tribes. And remember, India even back then was a pretty sophisticated, advanced civilization. I mean, thousands of years old, just like China. So it wasn't like, I mean, I know that the optics that we get, especially on the internet, is that India is there's parts of India that are extremely poor and people are defecating in the street and stuff, but I would
say they were more advanced than they are because of what you're describing.
For sure. I mean, that is definitely part of it, but there's also, I mean, parts of India that
there's optics,
in the east, like Bangladesh, like closer to there, like Bengal. It's like that's where there's a lot of money, and then you go like Sri Lanka, like you go to the islands in the west. I mean, there are parts that are extremely wealthy, and then parts that are obviously just very destitute, but.
Well, to your point, it would be like if people in China and India, which may be the case in China, if all they're exposed to on the internet of the U.S., which you actually will hear this from foreigners, like you'll hear this from Canadians who think that the U.S. is just like people getting stabbed on trains, fentanyl in the streets, like videos of Skid Row. And honestly, you kind of have conservative media to thank for a lot of that. It's important to highlight those problems. But it's also true that is the image of the U.S. that a lot of foreigners have, and it's not really the lived experience of a lot of Americans.
Yeah, no, it's so true. It's so true. And the thing, like then think about what I just talked about, the Opium Wars. Think about what's happening with fentanyl right now. And we're not going to talk about Venezuela tonight, but we will next week. But the whole drug wars and like how they're flooding American streets with fentanyl, and the Chinese are being blamed for all that. And, perhaps there are some Chinese oligarchs, some bad actors who are in on it. But I mean, you would have to actually show me the sauce on that it's not the CIA and British intelligence and Five Eyes actually doing that to us. You'd have to show me the sauce that it's actually China, solely China, doing that as some sort of like an op against us. Because I'm convinced that it's far more likely, considering their history, Five Eyes is the one doing it. Maybe in concert with some transnational cartels.
Right. Yeah, and that'll be a great discussion next week. And as a tease to that, there is a headline that we'll use it as a lead next week of the Pentagon shifting focus from China to the homeland. And obviously Trump, he does it in mimetic fashion when he blows up a boat and it goes viral. But to Ghost's point there, if it was really all quote unquote Chinese fentanyl, and maybe it is made in China, right? There's a globalist oligarchy. The Tigers and Flies campaign is something we might touch on tonight. That's something I did months of research on, which is fascinating. Ultimately got me to flip my opinion of Xi. I was much earlier on the train of Putin and Trump are working together. I'm familiar with the Q drop that talked about Xi being part of that and always kept that in my head. But I had a harder time understanding that dynamic. I think the current nature of the battle space, the narrative battle space, is such that Xi is becoming more and more prominent. I think Trump, in the story of the West, in the story of what we're being told in the West, I think the Putin arc isn't over, but I think the Alaska summit with Trump was your indicator in the West that we're gonna be okay. You know, like to normie MAGA, to normie Americans, like Trump and Putin have this great rapport. They might engage in some kayfabe before the end of this story, but we know where that's going. He's been much more cagey with Xi Jinping in the central narrative, and I think it's because that hasn't fully played out yet. But to Ghost's point, when you're talking about fentanyl and it's China, it's China, it's China, well, why is Trump concentrating so heavily on Mexico and Canada? Why is he concentrating so heavily on Canada in particular with the fentanyl trade? And then if you dig into any of the backstory of the Canadian big pharma industry and the drug industry, it's pretty interesting. And you look at, you know, the globalist connections. Obviously, Canada is a globalist proxy state. My wife in the chat just said, she said it's very accurate. I grew up being afraid of the U.S. as a Canadian. They literally just are like, you guys are just shooting each other. Like you just walk to the grocery store and get shot. I mean, these days maybe that will happen, but yeah, I think there's a lot of inversions going on there. And then so some of the things you actually just mentioned at the beginning of that there, the Tianjin SCO summit, the ways that this new collective can threaten globalism, I think you touched on. You touched on military, energy, and currency. And basically all three were discussed at the SCO in much more direct manner than has been at the past. And, you know, I don't know if you have anything specific that jumped out to you from any of those three theaters, military, energy, or currency, because I think they're getting more direct about their coordination with each other on those levels.
Yeah, so let's I do actually have a few things, and I think that you know, because one of the things that I know you've said and I've said and I've tried to emphasize it more is like I'm just done with pretending that these people, like all these leaders that Fox News tells us we need to hate, are bad people, and like they want what's worse for us, and they want to destroy the world, and they want to do, they're all evil dictators. And to that point, like let me show you this. This is what Putin said at the SCO, and I'll just read the headline. But Putin calls for international focus on traditional values. Okay, I mean, this is
what a monster.
The only person in the West that I've heard say this. I mean, I'm sure there's some minor leaders, maybe like Nigel Farage. I could point to him, and I could point to maybe a few other like minor leaders in Europe. But the only person I've heard say this in the West, in the Western Hemisphere, is Donald Trump. There's not a single other person who has championed this message than Donald Trump. And here's Putin's not speaking to Russia, not speaking to America or Europe or the West, but speaking to the global South, which is basically every country outside of Europe, North America, and Australia. He's telling them we should be championing traditional values, and he says, quote, respect for historical events, cultural values, civilizational diversity. Quote, the large-scale project is aimed at, because he says, Putin noted that in the cultural sphere, Moscow is organizing the Intervision Song Contest. So that's supposed to challenge like the Eurovision Song Contest. And he says the large-scale project is aimed at promoting universal values. Traditional values are already fading into the background. It is time to bring them back to the international agenda. He is literally talking about saving, in my opinion, Western civilization, because I think when you're talking about traditional values, I would call that Western civilization, but he's not speaking to countries that are necessarily like thought of when you think of Western civilization, which is you know, Christian civilization is really the synonymous term. And so the other important deployment from the SCO would be this one, and this is from the same day, and it says Xi calls on SCO members to challenge Western dominance. It says the Shanghai Cooperation Organization must continue to oppose hegemonism and power politics. And the quote that I really liked, I liked what he said, is he said, He said members must, quote, oppose the Cold War mentality, block confrontation, like BLOC confrontation, and bullying practices. We should advocate an equal and orderly multipolar world and a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization and make the global governance system more just and equitable. And from other articles and other like listening to what he's talking about, when he says that, he's not talking about creating a global governance system like the UN, like the New World Order. He's talking about creating a system that focuses on national sovereignty and respecting each country's right to do what's in their best interest as opposed to what's in the collective best interest of the world.
Absolutely. Very well said. And what I love, I had not seen the previous article that you showed with Putin there. I've seen him talk about traditional values a million times. But the specific term I love there is civilizational diversity. That is a great catch-all term. And you summed it up well with the China point, actually. These guys are not looking for diversity. They're not looking for globalist collectivism, which, as we all know in this audience, the one thing Con Inc. is maybe good at talking about is they're turning the frogs gay and all that kind of stuff, right? But when you understand Marxism and when you understand Bolsheviks, etc., you understand that what they're calling diversity is actually collectivism. It's sameness. They want everything to be the same, so then nothing is different. The melting pot idea that I remember even as a kid being taught about America as a melting pot, meaning diversity is our strength. But at that time, it was being sold to us as like, yeah, your classmates and these other kids are different from you, and that's good. And you're different from them, and that's good. And you shouldn't try to be like them, and they shouldn't try to be like you. Modern liberalism and Marxism and globalism has inverted that, as above, so below. Satanism, we all know it. They want everything to be the same. By championing diversity of sexual identity, what they're actually trying to get across is the normalization that there is no sexual identity, that everybody can do anything they want at any time, meaning everyone is androgynous, everyone is the same thing. There is no more straight, there is no more gay, there is no more man, there is no more woman. There is this amorphous, collectivist, unified oneness, the unity, which they will call the singularity if you follow transhumanists. Another reason to not be all about blind unity, by the way, guys, because it's satanic. But anyway, that's a different rabbit hole. That term, though, civilizational diversity, is a masterclass, because he's saying cooperation and diversity and conflict and tension between different ideas and civilizations and cultures is good. But the civilization, to have a civilization, you literally cannot have too much diversity. I'm not even talking about race, I'm talking about culture. To have a civilization, by definition, your culture cannot be diverse. Because if your culture is diverse, you don't have a civilization. You do not have a national identity if your national identity is that you don't have a national identity. And that is the national identity of globalists. They believe in no borders. They believe in collectivism, all that kind of stuff, right? They believe in, obviously, globalism. What Putin is talking about, what Xi is talking about, what Donald Trump is talking about with the Make America Great Again push and narrative deployment, which is exactly what that is civilizational diversity, nationalism. And I think what we're starting to get into in the public deployments here that you're highlighting with Putin and Xi is their war declaration of saying, we are willing to cooperate with other civilizations to our mutual benefit, but we are not willing to be like other civilizations. We as Russians are going to reforge the traditional Russian Empire. We as China are going to reforge an analog to the Three Kingdoms era. We are going to bring China back. And Donald Trump is not looking to bring the world back. He's looking to bring America back. the republic back. And I think that is what even people in this community, I think, have been, you said this earlier when it comes to identity politics, have been brainwashed in ways they don't even realize, where they think like we all need to achieve this similar vision of what we're going for. And that is not what the Sovereign Alliance is all about. The Sovereign Alliance is not about getting on the same page. It's about allowing each other to be on different pages, letting everyone stay on different pages, but working together in ways that make sense to work together, and maybe to defend each other when somebody tries to get them off of the page that they're on.
Yes, and that's exactly right. I mean, when you think about what the term sovereign alliance means, it's a confederation. It's an alliance of sovereign individuals who ultimately are going to act in their own best interest. But in this moment in time, our best interest is to come together to fight this common enemy that wants to enslave all of us and wants all of us to bend the knee to it. And that would be the unipolar hegemony. That would be Fox News. That would be the Democrat Party. That would be Barack Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton, all of the people on the quote unquote right and left, the uniparty, all of it. And that's why it makes me sick to my stomach when people sit here and talk about the Republicans are going to do this or Republicans are going to do that. They're all Trotskyites. They all worship the same ideology, and the ideology is ultimately a leftist ideology.
Collectivism, our team, their team.
Yeah. And so what you just said is absolutely right. You said countries acting in their own best interest. That is bilateral agreements. And bilateral agreements were not happening in the world 10 years ago. That was not a thing. Or at least maybe it was on the front end. Maybe it was starting to happen. But the country that really, and we'll table, I'll make this comment and we'll table this until we get to Dmitriev. But the country that really kicked that into high gear during the Biden administration was Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia going to Europe and subverting all of the trade associations because Europe was so desperate for investment. And Saudi Arabia was looking to divest out of oil and get into other things. They went in and they said, look, we got this huge war chest of money. How can we give you billions of dollars? Show us where we can invest billions of dollars in your economy. And of course, the European countries were like, yeah, please, let's do this. And that's why I think you're seeing some movement and some subversion and some breaking of the ranks within the UN, where the UN is not acting in the way that it has traditionally. And now there's defection. And we're going to see that really take off this week with the UN General Assembly meeting in New York City. That's going to be a big story. But we're not quite there yet. So I do want to hit a few things on the SCO before we pivot out of it, but please.
Go for it. Well, I wanted to, on the SCO, I'll set you up for it, but specifically before we move on to the Victory Day parade, because I want to get to that again. With the SCO, I had mentioned, that the main narratives to come out of it was essentially energy, military, currency. If we're talking about power projection, on this show we focus on narrative, but the narratives were deployed on those three major primary national and global forms of power projection. And there were some pretty interesting ones that came out of there. So I was wondering what stood out to you on each of those fronts.
Well, so let's wrap up Modi first. So let's finish Modi. Okay, so there's this one. This is again from the same day that
another bros ride. And
the hilarious part about this. So this is that Orus limo. This is the limo, like the equivalent, the Russian equivalent of the Beast, the one that Putin rides in. And a couple years ago, when Kim Jong-un and Putin had visited, Kim Jong-un was like, man, that car is so sweet. I love that car. And Putin said, really? Okay. And so when Kim Jong-un came to Russia last year, remember there was that real
he gave him one, right?
He had one waiting for him, custom made. And Kim Jong-un was so taken back that somebody had actually done something nice for him that he was speechless. And so
Kim's our boy.
That's one of the reasons I think he loves Putin, is because Putin did something so nice and considerate for him. And so he gave him one of these limos. So now you have the Orus back in the mix. Nice. And the meeting, the bilateral meeting that Modi and Putin they had in the back of the limo, out in the parking lot. So they went and it says right here, before the delegation level talks, Putin and Modi had a one-on-one conversation lasting about an hour in the Russian presidential vehicle. probably because they just wanted to make sure nobody was like spying on them, right? That was probably the one place where they knew that
it's like a skiff. It's a rolling skiff, really.
Yeah, it's like a rolling skiff. So they both go and they get in the back of the Orus and they just are sitting there talking for an hour in the backseat of a car. It's not moving. So that's a big that's like a major signal there. You then have just Modi again. So here is Modi like copying Putin. You have Putin like put out optics from like him riding. I think this is in a helicopter, and then Modi straps up and jumps in a fighter jet and is like puts out the same imagery. It's like I don't know. This just feels very goofy. It feels very goofy for Narendra Modi to be like in a fighter jet, but it's hilarious. And so then let's go to Kim Jong-un, because our boy Kim. I mean, to be honest, like I talk about MBS all the time, but I think that Kim Jong-un might actually be my favorite member of the Sovereign Alliance.
Kim to me is like it's the nicest story, because my feeling on it, and I think you have the same, is that the strings were cut. People in our audience have been told that in Q drops, etc., hinted at it. I think that that's true. I think strings were cut with Kim. That was essentially a CIA proxy state being used to threaten the world with real or fake nuclear weapons. The trigger man. And I think Trump helped cut the strings, but after Trump and the US helped cut the strings, it really feels like Putin has kind of taken Kim under his wing in the Sovereign Alliance, and Xi has helped Kim a lot on some of these economic deals with Korea. But Putin, it feels like, has actually really taken Kim under his wing from a leadership perspective. Like, they're actually letting him, like, Kim was a proxy leader.
Yeah.
But that wasn't his fault. And it really feels like the Sovereign Alliance is like, hey man, your people, look at you. So do you want to try to do this? Like, we'll help you out. We'll help you become a real nation, and you can lead it.
Yeah, and my theory, and we haven't done this episode on the Book of Trump yet, but Cam Cooks is going to come on and help me do it. My theory on like to get somebody into North Korea to talk to him was Dennis Rodman, and I think I mentioned this before, but January 2013. I think that was the final season, or one of the final seasons, of the Celebrity Apprentice that Trump did before he ran for office, and then they axed his deal. But he had back like all of his favorite celebrities to have. I learned all this as I was doing the Book of Trump, and he had Dennis Rodman, and everyone thought Dennis Rodman was an idiot. Like every other person they're interviewing is like, God, this guy's such a moron. Like, why is he here? He's the worst. He's useless. He got kicked off the first time he came on because he got drunk and forgot to show up to something, and so they kicked him off. But Trump just kept talking about how much he loved Dennis, because he's like, Dennis is a 6-time world champion, and he has that it factor that very few humans have to be able to do that with his life. And so Trump was always like pumping his tires when everybody else was just dumping on him.
Yeah.
And then 2 weeks after he gets kicked off of The Apprentice, he is in North Korea for some reason, like doing like a basketball thing. And then his agent, who happens to also have personal connections to Donald Trump, said, "Oh, I thought I was sending him to South Korea. I had no idea Pyongyang was North Korea." And then goes back 3 more times that year, gives Kim Jong-un a copy of The Art of the Deal, and tells him that he should talk to Trump, or tells him that he should, think about Trump. And then, and then fast forward to where we are now. So I think that Dennis Rodman, again, is like a very significant figure. And the reason that worked, by the way, is because Kim Jong-un grew up going to boarding school in Switzerland with all the European elite. And he's 41, so he is only a few years older than you and I. He loved the Chicago Bulls. I have found articles where Bill Clinton, like the New York Times and whatever, and all the other newspapers were reporting that when the North Koreans would come meet with Bill Clinton, in the 90s, they would stop the meeting and say, "The Chicago Bulls are playing. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna watch Jordan, and then we'll resume this when this is done." So the fact that Dennis Rodman showing up in North Korea, I think Kim Jong-un was probably like fanboying, like, I cannot believe Dennis Rodman. I cannot believe the worm is here right now. Yeah. So
it works. No, for anybody, I think we just got featured on Rumble. That'll probably last 1 minute, and then they'll realize what we're talking about. But for anybody new that's flying by on the Rumble homepage, we are making the argument, which is factual, that the Sovereign Bros, the Sovereign Alliance, consisting of Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and yes, our boy Kim Jong-un, and Narendra Modi, among others, Mohammed bin Salman, are actually saving the West. They're saving the world from collectivism and globalism. And yeah, even though there's people in the chat being like, but China bad, we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about how, sometimes you can't take Trump at face value. It's the same guy who has, retweeted Charlie Kirk. So you can, the choice to know is yours, and we're trying to explain why ultimately some of the moves being made with the SCO, with BRICS, but more importantly with some of these optics of the summit over in China are actually a good thing for the world, and something that we think Trump is very much in favor of. But yeah, if you want to continue with some of what you thought was interesting that came out of the SCO.
Yeah, so they have not let this go out. Like, I don't know how much you've been tracking like these news stories for the past few months, but again, they will not let it go that North Korea saved Russia in Kursk. And so like here it is again. It's like the Russian president reiterated Moscow's appreciation. So here's the article. Putin commends. This is from September 3rd. So once again, he has done this. This is probably the 20th time he's done this. Putin commends North Korean soldiers who helped Russia. And he says Putin began the meeting by stating, this is the meeting with him and Kim this past week, by stating that relations between Russia and North Korea had taken on a, quote, special, trusting, and friendly character, pointing to the participation of Pyongyang's forces in the liberation of Kursk region earlier this year. Quote, I'd like to point out that your soldiers fought courageously and heroically. We will never forget the sacrifices made by your armed forces and the families of your servicemen, Putin told Kim, thanking him on behalf of the Russian people for his country's participation in the joint fight against modern neo-Nazism. The North Korean leader, Kim responded by stating that relations between Russia and North Korea have significantly developed in all aspects since the signing of the bilateral treaty in June 2024, which includes mutual defense clauses. The North Korean leader said Pyongyang considers it to be its brotherly duty to help Russia in every way possible, and will wage a joint struggle with the fraternal Russian people and army in accordance with its obligations under the bilateral agreement. And I have a video of him actually speaking, and then a Truth Social post from Trump that I think is like WrestleMania level stuff. But here, let's watch. This is they've overdubbed it in English. If X doesn't give me the spinning wheel of death.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is like something that X has been doing a lot lately.
If you hit a refresh on this one.
Let me see if I can get a refresh. There we go.
I don't think we can hear this one. It's too quiet.
It is truly a pleasure to have this opportunity to discuss our relations, engagements, and the prospects that lie before us. After we signed our treaty in June last year, the relations between our two countries have been developing in every aspect. As part of this treaty, and in accordance with our commitments under the treaty, we have joined our brotherly people's fight. And I know that you have appreciated the heroic feats of our soldiers, and I'm grateful to you for that.
I think it's the last one.
As I already mentioned during our previous meeting, if there is any way in which we can help and support Russia, we will always do that. We will consider it our brotherly duty.
So I thought it was important to listen to that because we very rarely ever, I mean, I don't think we ever get to listen to Kim actually speak. We always see her pictures of him. And the reason that's important before I show the Trump truth is, you know, that like this will take us into the parade. The parade, it was interesting because the people who ended up being the three most important people at the parade were Xi, Putin, and Kim, of all people.
Yeah. It wasn't Modi.
Yeah. Well, and North Korea didn't even exist as a country like in World War II, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that he and I'm trying to here it is. So I was trying to find the the headline.
That's the iconic image that came out of it.
Yeah, the headline here is Xi, Putin, and Kim joke about living to be 150 in a hot mic check. But which is a funny little like deployment. They're talking about organ transplants and stuff in modern science. But this image is really significant because you have back here you actually have Pezeshkian, the Iranian president. This woman back here, I believe, is Kim Jong-un's sister, like that.
Yeah.
Like the Black Widow, I think is what they call her. Like she's the one who I think is accused of assassinating that guy a couple years ago in that airport. But the significance of this is, number one, they made a really big deal going into this parade that like the seating chart and where people were going to be standing, and the fact that it was going to be Xi in the middle, and then Putin on one side and Kim Jong-un on the other. So those are obviously the three most important leaders at the meeting. Number two, Xi is wearing like the traditional like Mao, you know, like quote unquote dictator like Hillary Clinton garb. This is how Kim Jong-un dressed his entire life. Like when he became the supreme leader of North Korea, this is how he dressed. He dressed like Hillary Clinton. And then after he met with Donald Trump at that famous meeting in 2018, in June 2018, June 12th, 2018 at the Shanghai summit, that was when him and Trump walked out and shook hands, remember? Ever since then, he's like every now and again, he throws on the Western suit with the tie. And I think that's really significant. When Biden came back into office, Kim went back to wearing the Mao outfit, like the one that Xi's wearing here. And then last year, because I was tracking this stuff, you know, kind of like a total autist, when Trump started campaigning really hard, Kim all of a sudden threw the Western suit back on, and he's going to the biggest meetings in the world now, dressed as a Western businessman, not dressed as an Eastern dictator. And I think that's very significant.
Yeah, and a couple notes on some of the actuals, and it's funny when I'm saying actuals here, they're narratives. They're narratives about actuals, but that came out of the SCO that caught my eye was on the weaponry front. You know, China was parading its new munitions around, and they've got this missile, and we've got that missile, and Russia's talking about its weapon systems, and Korea's talking about its weapon systems. So I don't know a lot about that stuff. Just suffice to say, they were making a show of force. There was a show of military force, to your point, even about Xi and how he's dressed here. He's dressed, you know, much more in a military style, in a commanding style, which would make sense because this is the Victory Day Parade where they're celebrating essentially, purging the Japanese from China and kind of retaking their lands with our help, obviously, as Donald Trump said, which we will get to Trump's statements here. So on the weaponry front, they're making a show of force. We're going to go deeper into who is the show of force against, because I think it's significant where these guys are all meeting at a Victory Day parade to commemorate World War II and the victory over the Nazis in World War II, right? As you said earlier this year, what was it, August 8th or something? We had the Russian Victory Day. And then we had Trump was it August? I keep forgetting the date. We had Trump designate the day after as American Victory Day, which the U.S. did not celebrate a Victory Day. in World War II, which is kind of funny. That's one of those retroactive red pills of like, we didn't have a victory day for World War II.
Isn't that weird?
Americans only have days to celebrate everybody who died in the globalist wars. We don't have days to celebrate the win over the Nazis, which makes you wonder whether or not we won. I wanna hold off on the statement. The statement's going to be a big. That's going to be our big discussion second half.
Okay,
but
cool.
So the weaponry, show of force, right? Military force, energy and weaponry, or energy and currency. So on the currency front, we talk about Bitcoin at Badlands. We talk about gold and silver. We talk about decentralization. Certainly, there's probably that's probably going somewhere in the future. We've had Putin himself say on camera, I believe 6 months ago, the only thing that can evade sanctions is Bitcoin. So that's interesting. In light of this summit, they were talking about basically de-dollarization. This is a point I made on Wednesday night. The threat, the power projection to the West on a financial layer is threats of de-dollarization. Some of the biggest buyers of U.S. treasuries, meaning some of the biggest people who back the U.S. dollar, is China and India by buying U.S. treasuries and buying U.S. debt and investing in the U.S. S&P 500. A lot of that is not American money. A lot of that is foreign money because our dollar is the global reserve currency. The game theory there we'll get to in the second half with Trump. But from a sort of Axis and allies refrain, these guys are saying, if we want to truly be divorced from the U.S., or at least not subject to the whims of Western globalists, then we can't use the U.S. dollar, or we can't be beholden to the U.S. dollar. And by being beholden to the U.S. dollar, they're also propping the U.S. dollar up, right? So that's the currency layer. They also announced the formation of the SCO Development Bank, which is modeled after the BRICS NDB, the new development bank that we've talked about before. These are considered essentially deployments against the World Bank and the IMF.
The IMF is the big one. The IMF's
yeah,
the really
the IMF.
big one. Yep.
If you guys kind of look into, I saw some people in chat earlier tonight, and I understand where the propaganda comes from, but people freaking out about the Belt and Road Initiative, and it's evil and it's bad. I want you to Google, after the show or during it, if you're having a really hard time with this, I want you to Google the Belt and Road Initiative, and I want you to look at which outlets are demonizing Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. And I want you to remember which outlets have been demonizing Donald Trump and the MAGA movement for 10 years, okay? Because the people that have been demonizing the Belt and Road Initiative are all of the same globalists who have been demonizing the entire movement of Donald Trump. So the new development bank and the SCO development bank now are, while Russia is helping kick the French out of Africa, as you and Chris talk about a lot, they're setting up these investment banks that are basically allowing nations like Burkina Faso, that I know you talk about a lot of these global South nations, it's allowing them to get off of the IMF and off of the World Bank.
Yes.
That's what these are for. And it's not like they're controlled by China. That's not how this works. That's why these are cooperative organizations. But that's the currency layer. I think that's big. And then finally on the energy, you can respond to any one of these if you want to go on your own little trail there. The last one would be on the energy front. In a beautiful mirror to the Trump-Putin Alaska Summit, we had the announcement of the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline that's planned to be constructed, I believe, over a period of 30 years. Or no, it's supposed to operate for at least 30 years between China and Russia. So that's going to go from Russia down into China through Mongolia. So it's bringing the Mongolians directly in here, talking about lifting up these nations that have really been forgotten in the chase of globalist empires. So if you're looking for, why are the globalists freaking out about the SCO summit on an actual level? Those are the big actuals to me. A show of military force, the globalist empire, in my opinion, through John's devolution research, will prove this, I think. they no longer have the U.S. Military at their beck and call. Western globalists can no longer get the U.S. military involved in these global conflicts. And now we've got China, Russia, and India flexing military might. They're saying, as Ghost mentioned earlier, the British representative and the French representative of this globalist superstructure, they are saying, you no longer control us because you no longer control the U.S. military, and we are stronger than you. The Russians and the Chinese and the Indians are saying, we are way stronger than you, Europe. So we're not going to do what you want anymore, and this is a show of force. The economic layer, they're saying, we're not going to backstop the Eurodollar or the petrodollar anymore. So the bank is fucked. And then on an energy layer, they're going to get off of Western energy as well. So that's kind of, it's not just about this show. It's not just about the pageantry or any of that. There is a real mesh, a multipolar mesh developing here that is essentially isolating Europe and isolating the collectivist West, who actually are totally dependent themselves on Russian energy, Chinese manufacturing, and American protection. That's what Europe is dependent on, because they have been so weakened by globalism. And I think that's the major kind of deployment coming out of this.
Yeah, and the two really important developments to the IMF, one being the Glass-Steagall Act of 1932. Glass-Steagall Act of 1932 is, if you want to share my screen, as it explains right here, was the first time that paper currency, was permitted to be allocated for the Federal Reserve. It was passed in an effort to stop deflation and expanded the Federal Reserve's ability to offer loans to member banks on more types of assets, such as government bonds, as well as commercial paper. And then it says down here, the Glass-Steagall Act of 1932 authorized the Federal Reserve banks to lend to 5 or more Federal Reserve System members banks on a group basis, or to any individual member bank with capital stock of $5 million or less against any satisfactory collateral, not only eligible paper, and issue Federal Reserve bank notes, paper currency, backed by U.S. government securities when a shortage of eligible paper held by Federal Reserve banks would have required such currency to be backed by gold. Okay, so people always point to 1971 when we were taken off of the gold standard as like that was the big moment. There were a lot of things that happened before that led to that moment, that like the framework was put into place. Also says down here, in 1933, a young prosecutor named Ferdinand Pecora, who was a member of the U.S. Senate's Monetary and Financial Affairs Commission, interrogated several bank managers about their detestable role in the crash of 1929. I think that's part of the narrative, is like why they got this thing passed, but it was all big op. But really, the other really important one was Bretton Woods, and Bretton Woods is passed in 1944, towards the end of World War II. That was the thing that set up the IMF. And as it says right here, the Articles of Agreement to create the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, whose purpose was to promote stability of exchange rates and financial flows. And basically, it's like the IMF comes into any country that is needing capital and offers them predatory loans that are very difficult to pay back. And the loans just basically build on top of one another to the point where the country owes the IMF so much money that it's drowning in debt, and the IMF owns the country. And then, like in Game of Thrones, where the Iron Bank, like, if you don't pay us back, we're just going to fund your opposition, and they're just
color revolution.
Yeah, we'll just do a color revolution, and that's what happened to Assad. That's what happened to a number of countries. A number of countries where the leader was overthrown, it was because of all the money they owed the IMF. And that's why the Saudis came in and paid off the debt to the IMF in Syria to get the IMF out of Syria. And that's significant. And so having a investment bank, having a development bank that these countries can go to that is not as predatory, that is not the IMF, is very significant if these countries are interested in that sort of thing. Otherwise, they're just going to remain, destitute and not join the golden age.
Yeah, another country that comes to mind with the IMF is El Salvador and Bukele. He's infamous for two reasons, I would say, in the truth community. Number one, well, maybe not number one, but number one to many of us, he's the first national leader to recognize Bitcoin as legal tender. So that's a big signal. Second, he instituted a massive anti-corruption purge of MS-13, largely comes out of El Salvador, and he rolled up 60-something thousand of them in, a very succinct and direct operation, not dissimilar to what Donald Trump is talking about in the United States with some of these Liberation Day deployments. He's sort of hinting at that. With the IMF, something that was pretty controversial in recent months, at least in the Bitcoin community, is the fact that apparently El Salvador took an IMF loan, and part of the stipulation under that loan, which should tell you something, is that he had to stop putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet of El Salvador, while he's under the life of that loan from the IMF. So that should tell you, well, the IMF doesn't want countries they're investing in putting Bitcoin in their treasury. So it tells you that the IMF does not like Bitcoin, right? Second, Bukele has refused to do that and has just continued to stack Bitcoin. And his stance, his public stance, has just been, well, I'm going to pay the loan back, right? So to your point, to Ghost's point, if there wasn't a larger mesh going on here, if there wasn't a larger plan of actual Patriot control going on in ways that that we like to theorize, Bukele would be color revolutioned right out of there. You don't refuse the terms of IMF loans when you're in, no offense, but what would have amounted to a backwater nation on the world stage if you didn't have somebody backing you. And so that's pretty interesting there. But you can apply this writ large across the battle space. The IMF is a big thing, and I'll get to this a little bit later on when we get into the Trump section. But who is Donald Trump going to war with rhetorically, using asymmetric warfare every day, every other day? It's Jerome Powell and the U.S. Federal Reserve, right? Mm-hmm. So the Federal Reserve is the same thing as the IMF. They're sister organizations. They're all parts of the same Hegelian Hydra, as I like to call it. Those are those signal points you need to look for in order to see through the kayfabe and understand that we're not just blindly saying Trump is on the same page largely as Putin, as Xi, as Bukele, as these other leaders in the Sovereign Alliance. Look at what they do, not at what they say, okay? And if you look at what they do, their actions are against the same collectivist enemy, and one of those collectivist enemies, perhaps the last villain, is the central banking apparatus. And one point to bolster that home, I will let Donald Trump himself tell you what his thoughts were heading into the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit and the Victory Day Parade in Beijing.
Question for Steve Witkoff, if I may.
Yeah.
This past weekend, Sergei Lavrov was saying that Putin will not sign a peace deal with Zelensky because Russia views him as illegitimate. Just wondering if the Russians have been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, as the leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will.
Doesn't matter what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit, okay? Everybody's posturing. Steve, do you have a different answer?
I agree with you, sir.
So he's talking obviously about peace deals and Zelensky there, but he's also asked in that same conference about the SCO and, statements coming out this week. He said that when Trump makes those statements about members of what we theorize to be a sovereign alliance that he's a part of, he's cutting a trailer as to what's going to happen the next week in the central narrative. And I had said that when when he was saying this, but he's saying this is all posturing, this is all bullshit. And some people take a defeatist attitude there, and they're like, well, then I can't believe anything. Look, you can believe what they're doing. And what they're doing at the SCO, what they're doing in Beijing, and what Trump is doing at home is going to war financially, economically, with globalism and with the central banking apparatus. And, you know, what one easy narrative point here that I wrote about in the China series I did a few years ago, George Soros, our favorite globalist investor, just kind of a caricature that's a template to use for all of them, right? He's a financier, he's a banker, he's a globalist, he's the triple threat. He has dubbed 3 men to be threats to, quote, global democracy. 3 men. Those 3 men are Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and Xi Jinping.
Yep.
And the last one surprises a lot of people in this audience. And as you said earlier, I'm not interested in training wheels anymore. Like, there's a lot of people that buy hook, line, and sinker on Trump saying China bad, even though, as I've pointed out 1,000 times, you cannot find a clip of Donald Trump talking about Xi Jinping without starting by talking about how well he knows him, how smart he is, how good their relationship is, and how they're going to be friends for a long time. And then he talks about how they're going to wage this war with each other, that, again, we'll get more into. But these are some of the moves coming out of here, and that Ghost is highlighting with the IMF. This is who the enemy is, and this is who the Sovereign Alliance is going after. And you can choose to see that, or you can wait for permission from the Daily Wire to tell you which country you're supposed to hate next, while we're supposed to be departing an era of being led by the nose into proxy conflicts and even proxy cultural conflicts with some of these other nations.
Yeah, and for the people who are jumping in and listening, whether you're familiar with Badlands or not, I would really encourage you to go to the Badlands Rumble page, go to the playlist section, and then scroll down and find the Book of Trump. That is a show that I do on Monday nights at 7:30 Eastern p.m. And I did an episode. You'll find an episode about Xi Jinping that I did with my co-host from Breaking History, Matt Arrett, who's a historian and very, very, very read in on like the actual history of Xi Jinping, and he gives the actual history of Xi and what he went through and how he actually has been fighting against the CCP, major corruption purges. His father was thrown in prison by the CCP. I think he has an axe to grind against them based on everything that I've read and then that you've research and also the stuff that Matt's explained to me. So there's a lot more nuance to the history of China than Fox News has told you and the Daily Wire has told you. And I would encourage you that's like a entry level, like a 101 course to get into Xi.
Look that up. Look up the Book of Trump. Eric is great on that. And your whole series, your show that you did, the Book of Trump show, is such a good idea for this audience. I don't mean this insultingly. I mean, framing the conversations about these foreign leaders and foreign countries through the story of Donald Trump in Western framing is a good entry point. It doesn't mean you guys aren't capable of understanding these other leaders. This is the entry point a lot of us had into these other leaders, even if it was a few years earlier, right? So I had some trouble getting down the Xi rabbit hole, but and Matt knows more than I do, but we've talked about this. I wrote, if you guys go to my Substack, you can go to burningbright.substack.com to look for Doomed Dynasty. Oh my goodness, this is a long one. This is like 20,000 words, so I apologize. But you can read it over the course of a weekend or something. We are all retarded, but Ghost has his mind maps. I have my brief.
We're all autistic in our own way. Yes, yeah.
I have my brief 20,000 word essays. But just little notes here to Ghost's point. This is Xi, obviously double meaning here. Picture of Xi Jinping. Here's some just little things to get the noggin jogging. Probably won't read all of them, but as president, Xi created a Politburo standing. So to Ghost's point, the reason I'm saying this is if I'm seeing any organic pushback in chat about the Sovereign Alliance topics, most people in our audience are on board with Trump and Putin at this stage, or they can at least engage with that framing because they can see the Russians as Orthodox Christians. They can see their history in the world wars that you're talking about. They can understand shared Western values, etc. Right? but they have a really hard time with Xi Jinping because they think China, communist, CCP. What Ghost said there is the point to try to get through your head. You don't have to come away with the same conclusion. But if you're saying CCP bad in chat, you are correct. What you need... Try to think of this from the perspective of a Chinese nationalist. Let's say you're a good Chinese nationalist or a Russian nationalist. And somebody asks you, what do you think about the US? What are they going to say? Like, what are they going to say about the CIA? What are they going to say about the Federal Reserve? What are they going to say about NATO, the EU, the American government, the Biden administration, the Clinton administration, the Bush administration, the Obama administration, every administration except for Donald Trump.
Administration. The Reagan administration did a lot of messed up stuff. I mean, because the vice president was George Bush.
Yep. And the point there is, as Chris Paul always says, good tween, evil twin. You have to be able to invert this in your mind to go down these thought paths. If foreign nations considered the US a monolith, we are the bad guys. Like, stop bitching about Chinese communism when the United States has visited more kinetic death onto the world and innocent people than anybody since the 60s, and that's not an argument. There's no back and forth on that. We have Marines on Badlands Media who will tell you that and are deeply ashamed of it, even though that's not their fault. The US are the baddies, okay? So you have to first get that ego check out of the way, and then you have to realize that if we have good guys in the US that are fighting back against the US baddies, aka the deep state, there are also men in other nations that are doing the same thing. And some of these factoids about Xi are pretty interesting in light of a CCP puppet. He created a Politburo Standing Committee wherein formerly independent heads of state now report to him on economic issues. He reined in the Chinese magistrates, right? These are all the guys that had the globalist deals with Apple, TSMC, all these globalist corporations and Microsoft. It's one of 8 small groups that Xi now chairs personally, including the National Security Commission, reversing decades of institutionalized, aka CCP rule, and giving the appearance of autocratic rule. He transferred the responsibilities of internal security to himself, meaning he heads his own equivalent of the Secret Service. Now, why would he do that if the CCP is protecting him? His most direct hold is over the central command structure of the People's Liberation Army. As Tai Ming-chung observed, no other Chinese Communist Party leader, not even Mao Zedong, has controlled the military to the same extent Xi does today. Mao had to share power with powerful Revolutionary-era marshals. For the first time ever, Xi has created a commander-in-chief position in the PLA Joint Battle Command. This designation is typically split among CCP generals. The armed police, the People's Armed Police, who ostensibly guard internal security, now report to Xi personally. Xi has sole authority over the People's Liberation Army and the paramilitary police force. And then, as Ghost mentioned earlier, his time from 2013 to 17 was spent waging a highly public war against CCP corruption. He officially punished 1.4 million party members, including 100 generals and admirals, who were there before Xi assumed office. These are legacy CCP guys. His stated goal was to restore public trust for the party. It was a matter of survival or extinction. Anyway. Here's one more. According to the Journal of Democracy, now the irony of this research I did is that I used globalist research and reversed engineered what the globalists were saying about Xi to find out what was going on. According to the Journal of Democracy, under former President Hu Jintao, that's Xi's predecessor, big fan of the Clintons. This is the man, you may recall, was humiliated and escorted out of
I was just going to play the video. Play the video.
Go ahead, play the video. Do you have it?
Yep, right here. And look at that. It's Alpha's post. Hold on. I need to make sure I'm sharing. I don't think I'm sharing my screen anymore.
Well, I'll read this and then you play the video. Okay. So listen to this context. According to the Journal of Democracy, under former President Hu, quote, collective leadership was a system with a division of responsibilities among individual leaders in an effort to prevent arbitrary decision-making by a single top leader. So the point here is the globalists and Hu Jintao, meaning the globalist Chinese president, the one who really made all of the modern 2000s deals, was demonizing Xi Jinping because Xi Jinping took power away from CCP oligarchs and gave it to himself and the Chinese military, the People's Liberation Army.
Which is why Fox News calls him a dictator. It's why
Yep.
Fox News and Ben Shapiro both say that he's a dictator and a bad guy. And the deals that you're talking about that the prior president made, those are the deals that subjugated the Chinese people, forced them to work in sweatshops and slave conditions, and then the cheap goods that they're making, like the Nike shoes they're sewing up, are then sent back to our shores and sold in like Walmart and wherever, and that destroys like U.S. manufacturing because we can't compete with that because we can't pay an honest living wage in America when they're getting slave labor in China to make the exact same good. They can sell it for a fraction of what we're selling it for, and that's what destroys your economy, and that's how they've destroyed our economy. And so it was this guy who cut it. If you want to share my screen, so this is October 22nd, 2022. This is during the Biden administration. This is what happened to the guy. And note that he is sitting next to Xi Jinping when this happens.
And in an unusual moment during the closing ceremony, China's former President Hu Jintao, seated next to Xi, was escorted off the stage. It's not immediately clear why he was escorted out. Hu appeared to resist leaving as stewards led him away. Video of the incident, which is highly unusual given the meticulous stage management of such events, was widely shared on Twitter, but could not be found on China's heavily censored social media platforms. State media coverage of the ceremony also did not include the scene, which occurred just as journalists were entering the hall.
Yep.
Contrast the look on his face of worry, like what is happening to me, and then Xi just sitting like, yeah, dude, like you're done, get out of here.
Yeah,
like,
and as rarely the commentator points out, Chinese optics, the Chinese are all about optics, for better or worse, and this was managed. This was a managed production, and then one note on what I said earlier. You can find way more headlines than this, but you can just do a quick search. Soros called China's Xi Jinping the greatest threat to open society that open societies face today. What is open societies? The Open Societies Foundation, like IMF, NATO. It's all the same shit, right? So he's using the term open societies because normie retards are like, oh, open societies, good societies, cooperative societies. No, he's talking about the Open Societies Foundation. That's what he's talking about. Xi's a threat to it. Look at the date there, considering what Ghost said. February 2022.
5 months. 5 months before that video. This is what Soros is saying.
Yep. Also 2022. George Soros warns civilization may not survive Putin's war. Whose civilization is he talking about? I wonder.
Yep.
And then we've got, obviously, you've seen it a million times with 2020. Soros confident Trump will be a transitory phenomenon. So there's a million examples there. But again, you gotta skate to where the puck is going, and it's not this. This is when we start to loop this stuff more into Trump, which we're gonna do here in a few minutes. Yep. You can see these. You first look to the slings and arrows, or for me, you look at the slings and arrows of our enemies that we all in this audience understand who our enemies are. When those slings and arrows are all going at Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin, you need to reevaluate your underlying premises, not just of Donald Trump, but of Putin and Xi, because honestly, there's a lot of MAGA people who start talking about Xi, fewer Putin now, but 2 years ago, Putin for sure, and who sound to us like liberals do or never Trumpers do to you guys when they're talking about Donald Trump.
Yes. Correct.
But CCP, right? And so that's like it's actually very encouraging. This is not negative stuff. But do you have anything left on the Victory Day Parade or the SCO?
Well, so I would just say this, just to kind of make like a nice little like bring it back home. The Open Societies Foundation, George Soros. I mentioned the Book of Trump. Burning Bright came on the Book of Trump. We did the episode is called Righteous Russia because we talked about your Substack series, and as we discussed on that episode, when Putin comes into power in the year 2000. The first thing he does is he goes after the NGOs, and the NGO that he makes an example out of is Open Societies. And then in 2003, I think it was November 2003, the official announcement is made that Open Societies was closing its office in Moscow, and it never returned. And then the 12 years following that, a series of legislation was passed by Putin, with the penultimate one being 2015, and to outlaw those kind of NGOs from even operating in Russia. And then in 2015, when he passes the final piece of legislation, he uses Open Societies and George Soros as the example. This is why we're not going to allow these NGOs to operate in Russia, because they are subversive and they engage in regime change operations and they act against the interests of the people while claiming to be promoting democracy. And that is why Fox News calls Putin a dictator.
Absolutely. And I would also, again, I just want to surface to that point, given what we just talked about with Russia and China, look at the slings and arrows of the enemy. China's Victory Day military parade. Why are Putin and Kim Jong-un there? What is the axis of upheaval? Okay, so besides what we've just talked about, inverting the Axis and Allies paradigm, they're making a claim here, right? The globalists are making a claim that this grouping of world leaders, Putin and Xi at their head, are upheaving something. What they're afraid of is that they're upheaving the globalist world order.
Yes.
The upheaval they're talking about, and this is, you don't have to be a sovereign alliance bro to consider this. If you are a collectivist or a retard, you will understand that the system that these guys are threatening is the current system. What is the current system? It has a name: the rules-based international order. That is a globalist system. That is the EU, NATO, American military-industrial complex system that Dwight Eisenhower warned us about. The rules-based international order, or global order, also known as the New World Order. Shout out to George Bush Sr. That is who they're talking about. So when you see a claim like that, this is one of those points I always make where I say, the enemy often tells you the truth in their own words. They're telling you that these guys are threatening the current system. Do you guys think the current system is good? Like, a lot of people don't make that second leap, and they're just like, man, they are really upheaving a whole lot of stuff over there. What are they upheaving? And that's what gets kind of interesting.
So if you want to share my screen, I can actually, that was a great segue. Okay, so I was able to just pinpoint when this clip happened. So I see it there in the upper right-hand corner. It says Hurricane Sally. I went and looked up, when did Hurricane Sally happen? Well, Hurricane Sally formed on September 11th, 2020. So almost exactly 5 years ago. It would be the week of September 11th, 2020. This clip played on Fox News. Let's watch this 30-second clip, and I think it'll all come into focus.
Progressive district attorneys.
This is Newt Gingrich and Harris Faulkner.
Progressive district attorneys are anti-police, pro-criminal, and overwhelmingly elected with George Soros's money, and they're a major cause of the violence we're seeing because they keep putting the violent criminals back on the street.
I'm not sure we need to bring George Soros into this.
I was going to say you get the last word, Speaker.
He paid for it. I mean, why can't we discuss the fact that millions of dollars he spent?
I agree with Melissa. George Soros doesn't need to be a part of this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's Fox News telling you, getting angry at Newt Gingrich. Why would you bring up George Soros? What are you, some sort of an anti-Semite? Why do you hate Jews so much? Why are you bringing up George Soros? The reason Fox News hates Vladimir Putin is because Vladimir Putin kicked George Soros out of Russia. That's why. Why? Because at the end of the day, Fox News, the Republican Party, all of it, they're all a bunch of Trotskyite Bolsheviks, all of them. They lie to you and tell you that they're your friend, and they whisper sweet songs into your ear. But at the end of the day, they are all communists, and you have to accept that. Until you accept that premise as actual fact, you will never beat these people. And when Soros says that MAGA and Trump is a flash in the pan and will be gone soon, he's 100% right. Because as long as you continue to worship the Republican Party and think that's your savior, like, you're being led right back into the slaughterhouse. And
wrong. If we just canvass, and we do everything we were complaining about the Democrats ghost doing forever, that's how we win. Only by effeminate man boys going around and canvassing and registering people to vote in fake elections. That is how we win. And Fox are the ones who are telling us that that's what we need to do. And, I think you're being a little bit of a doomer.
Well, I actually have a really interesting little like side quest here that I think is going to be really, it's going to hit the nail.
That's what we should
head.
start calling these. These are side quests.
Yeah,
They're not rants. They're not weaves. They're side quests, guys.
Dude, if you watch my shows, you will find that my shows just turn into side quests. Like, Matt Ehret will make a comment at the beginning of a show, and then we'll end up just talking about that one comment instead of like the list of things we had planned to talk about. Okay, so Henry Kissinger. Okay, stick with me here. Henry Kissinger is the Secretary of State under Nixon, who in 1974 goes over to Saudi Arabia and negotiates the what we call the petrodollar deal. And that was because of the Yom Kippur War of 1973 when Israel attacks Palestine, right? And then in response to that, King Faisal in Saudi Arabia, acting in earnest, he was friends with JFK. JFK gave him a lot of great advice. King Faisal then says, all right, we're going to embargo all of the West that is supporting this. Canada, United States, Britain, you don't get any more oil. And for those who were alive back then, you remember that they rationed gas. You could only go on like Saturday and wait in line for 8 hours to fill your car up with gas for a while. That all gets resolved in like the spring of 74 because Kissinger goes over to Saudi Arabia, negotiates with King Faisal. And basically the agreement was if you trade oil in US dollars, we, the United States, will provide security for Saudi Arabia. You don't need a military. We will be your military. And that basically ends the embargo crisis. Kissinger comes back and immediately resigns from being Secretary of State because Watergate was breaking, right? And he's like, oh, I got to walk away. Now, here's where it gets really nefarious because the petrodollar deal is what sets up the hyperinflation that we see later, of course. Now, and then Faisal, of course, was assassinated a year later by his nephew, who had just come back from a long stay in Virginia, probably being, MK Ultra by the CIA. 1971, Kissinger has two protege. Okay, in 1971, he tells one of these protege, "Hey, you need to go organize all the people in Europe, really all the people in the world, but focus on Europe. You need to start a transnational organization that is prepared to basically do like governance and guidance for the world moving forward. We're going to call this thing the World Economic Forum." And his disciple, of course, is Klaus Schwab. The other protege, he sends to Japan, and he says we need to set up, working with David Rothschild. Is it Rothschild or Rockefeller? I think it was Rockefeller. I'm sorry, David Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes and he sets up the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is the tri being Europe, Japan, and the United States. Like that. That's the three heads of the dragon, so to speak. And that person,
perhaps the real axis.
Yeah, that person, of course, is Zbigniew Brzezinski, the father of Mika Brzezinski, Morning Mika, with the bloody face and everything. And then Brzezinski, of course, goes on to become the national security advisor under Jimmy Carter in the late 70s, starts Operation Cyclone, recruits Osama bin Laden, launches the Mujahideen movement against the Soviets in Afghanistan, designed to be a Vietnam situation. And then that operation, like recruiting those Mujahideen fighters, creates Al-Qaeda, which then creates ISIS, because all of those things, radical Islamic terrorism, was literally created by the CIA, the West, in coordination with MI6, Mossad, all of it. So now let's let's see how is the Trilateral Commission being confronted, because we see the World Economic Forum, taking blows here and there, but the Trilateral Commission is one of the Japan, I think, is really think of it.
Yeah.
And remember, Donald Trump has been talking about Japan being the bad guy since the
Yeah.
80s. He was like, he's like, they make our VCRs, they make our toasters, they make our cars. Like, why does Japan get to do whatever they want? He was telling Oprah Winfrey that in like 1987.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, all good.
I'm pressing the wrong buttons tonight.
Yeah, so there's a really, really big deal that was being negotiated back during the Biden administration of Nippon Steel, which is a Japanese steel company, taking over U.S. Steel. Now, U.S. Steel, I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but U.S. Steel, the short version is it was a holding company, basically a monopoly started by J.P. Morgan, where in the early 1900s, while Teddy Roosevelt was acting like he was breaking up all the monopolies, he never broke up U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel goes on to buy up the entire steel industry, moves it to Pittsburgh, and then later, basically, it gets like taken apart in the late 20th century. So the death knell to this was going to be Nippon Steel coming in and buying it out. Now, January 3rd of this year, before Trump gets sworn in, for some reason, Joe Biden steps in and blocks the deal and says, you are not allowed to buy this. We're going to put this in a holding pattern so the next president who's coming in 17 days can negotiate the deal like whatever. But for whatever reason, the Biden administration didn't let it happen. I think it's a devolution proof. And for those who don't know what that is, John Harold Patel Patriot, go look it up. But here's where it gets really interesting, BB, because Trump then goes on to describe the deal he ends up signing as the golden share. And so what ends up happening is not only does Nippon Steel invest in U.S. Steel, does not take it over, it has zero equity, but as the New York Times explains in this June 15th article, Trump has what he calls the golden share, meaning that, I'll summarize it for you. Number one, Nippon Steel is not allowed to they're not allowed to close down any plants in America or reduce anyone's salary without the written permission of the U.S. president. The U.S. president also has the power to replace any board member on Nippon Steel at any time for any reason. He has the executive authority to do that. And they are required to, here's just one example, to spend billions and billions of dollars in U.S. Steel factories across the country to build them back up, and then they have to hire all the staff necessary to maximize production for shareholder value while not getting any equity in U.S. Steel. And because of all of this, here's the last one. Here is, in August 1st, this is from 1 month ago. This is from, I think this is Bloomberg. Nippon Steel warns of annual loss due to charges related to U.S. Steel acquisition because of this deal that Donald Trump negotiated, which was totally unprecedented, historic, and world-changing. They went from a projection of $266 million in 2025 to minus, I think it's $60 million in 2005, because basically they're just investing all this money, billions of dollars into the U.S., and they don't have any equity to show for it, and they're not going to be able to collect their profits from these failing steel mills across the U.S. So pretty fascinating development here, where this thing that was set up by J.P. Morgan and the Federal Reserve, U.S. Steel, was supposed to be sold off to the Japanese, the Trilateral Commission. Trump steps in and basically negotiates a deal that is like an Orus Boris on Nippon Steel, that is going to force them to build U.S. Steel back up and build up the manufacturing base of the U.S.
And fantastic side quest. I would also say, I'm hearing an echo. Is that on my end? Are you?
Yes, on your end. We're good.
Okay. Similar to that, very, very similar to that, is the way the TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor deal came together. So I would say that, it's not identical, but you used one of my favorite words, Ouroboros. And I think that there's a lot of that going on. One of the ways to couch this conversation as well a little bit, or to frame it, I mentioned in the last segment there, the globalist media themselves are calling the Sovereign Alliance the axis of upheaval. The funny thing is, I think that they should print T-shirts out with that. I think the boys should wear that, like NWO style.
Oh, hell
and
yeah.
just that'd be
Hell
great for
yeah.
the Book of Trump.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
axis of upheaval. Because the globalists are branding them. And again, you look at, well, what are they upheaving? Okay, I'm talking about the system, right? But what Ghost is talking about there, I think the axis, I think the Nippon Steel headlines, people don't find that kind of stuff really sexy because they're not talking about, you're not talking about a nation state. You're not talking about these global affairs. They're like, I don't know, it's some trade deal. There's a reason Donald Trump is really highlighting the deals that are being struck with companies, not just with nations. So in between the headlines, to Ghost point on Nippon Steel, if you kind of ignore the India headlines and the China headlines and some of that kind of stuff, and you look at the company headlines and the negotiations with some of them and some of the agreements that the companies are forming with the Trump administration, let's go beyond Nippon Steel, Taiwan Semiconductor. They're investing however many billions, it's over $100 billion into U.S. manufacturing, whereas part of the agreement, they have to hire Americans to work there, right? Obviously, but it's in the U.S. They're investing directly into U.S. infrastructure. And what I think people don't think about enough is $100 billion is a lot of money, right? Okay, but these numbers get thrown around a lot. The $100 billion is to invest in a perpetual prosperity engine within the United States that continues into the future, right? So it's $100 billion investment into something that makes the US money and jobs in perpetuity going forward. Apple, who is an American company, even though they have a city named in China, Foxconn, the name of their factory, there's a city in China where all the iPhones were made, or most iPhones are made. Xi Jinping helped Trump kick them out, which we'll get to as well. Apple has announced investments of $500 billion into U.S. infrastructure. And I think that these are similar deals that when Ghost is bringing up Nippon here, there's a similar pattern playing out where if you're looking for who is the upheaved party that the Sovereign Alliance is targeting, a lot of them are not represented by nation states. A lot of them are represented by these globalist corporations. And, if you start just going down the most valuable companies in the world, and you look at the market caps in trillions, and then you look at the GDP of nations, on a episode of The Narrative several months ago, I had Ash on, and I said, if you play a little mental trick on yourself, and you stop referring to Apple or TSMC or Nippon Steel as companies, and you start referring to them as nation states, all of these headlines hit a little differently. And if you think that's silly, you have to understand that Apple has a market cap of $3 trillion. Trillion. 1,000 billion. These are not companies anymore. These are nation states without nations. And what Trump is forcing them to do is invest in nations and basically put up the money to be at the table. So they're going to have to play the same game that these nation states are playing. And Ghost and I talked about a few segments ago, civilizational diversity, each to himself before another, sovereign strength, right? That sovereign radiation concept. Trump's game theory here with Nippon Steel and on down the line is forcing companies to adopt that same mentality. You don't have to come back to the US if you're Apple, but you're going to die if you don't, because tariffs are going to chase you out of every sector, every globalist sector that you're in. You are going to have to pick a home base if you are these companies, and you're going to have to invest in that home base and in that nation in order to thrive, which is a nationalist. It's a nationalist inversion of globalist corporations. People use the term globalism in this community all the time, and it's like this disembodied concept. These companies are the result of globalism. That is the end result of globalism. I think it's a great point that you bring up of referencing how often Trump brings up Japan and the Japanese bubble in the 80s, etc. Because, yeah, that's a signal as to how Trump has seen the true globalist battle space through these corporations and megacorps for decades. It's not about the nations, it's about the companies.
Yeah. So, and people in the chat are upset that we're not pronouncing Nippon steel right. I don't really care. It's like
Nippon.
All I do is talk about like Arabic words and African words. I mean, wait until like go watch some shows of me doing the Africa stuff if you really want to hear me pronounce words correctly. But speaking of Africa, we're not going to talk about this tonight because we'll get into it a little bit next week. But the Apple thing. Okay, we talked about India and Pakistan, or India, and the India-Pakistan conflict that I think is related to this, the Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir conflict that Trump negotiated. Rwanda, Democratic Republic of Congo, that is at the heart of this whole Apple thing. Apple's being investigated by a number of jurisdictions because they are basically doing what you saw in Blood Diamond, but for rare earth minerals out of the Congo, where they are using child slaves, moving the metals to Rwanda like illegally, and then laundering them basically to make them seem legitimate, and then so they can be sourced by Sony, Apple, and a number of other countries. And at the heart of this whole thing is the Israeli diamond cartel, Dan Gertler. So I mean, you and I have gone down that rabbit hole a few times, but it does tie to Maduro. So we'll talk about it with Maduro next week.
But these to your point there about the rare earths. People like the headlines are like China rare earths, US rare earths. The headline should be Apple rare earths, Taiwan semiconductor rare earths, right? These are nation states that are masquerading as companies, and they are the ones the globalists work for on a very literal basis. And obviously there's a military-industrial complex too. But the military-industrial complex companies are smaller than the tech companies, which is pretty scary.
For sure. We should, since we're doing Asia this week, we should talk about Kirill Dmitriev, because boy, do I have a fascinating rabbit hole to show you with him.
Let's pause and we'll go on to that. We're going to get to Dmitriev, the Russians, and I'm not going to call it a half because that means it's 5 hours. So we're not going to do a half, but we're going to do something. We're going to get to Trump's statement on the SCO. Yep. And kind of start tying all these weaves and side quests into the main quest and ending there. But before we do, I feel like I hear something. Do you hear something, Ghost?
No.
Well, you're mistaken, because that's the sound of soft disclosure. Get ready to ignite a revolution with soft disclosure. It's not just a product drop. It's a full-on movement that's about to shake things up. This is personal care that doesn't mess around, no compromises, just pure unapologetic quality. First up, the lotion. Supercharged with aloe, goat's milk, and our exclusive Badlands oil blend. It's not your average drugstore goop, it's a barrier-restoring powerhouse. Choose unscented when you want clean and simple, or vanilla citrus when you want to smell like you actually give a damn. Then the deodorant, natural, aluminum-free, straight-up badass, built to last 2 months of daily use with scents like crisp mint or bold lemon grapefruit. No gimmicks, just protection that actually delivers. And finally, the tallow bar. No, it's not deodorant. It's a vanilla coffee tallow stick. Primal fuel for skin that's been through hell. Rub it in where you need serious moisture, elbows, hands, and knees. Basically anywhere you're tired of feeling like sandpaper or just want baby soft skin. Every bottle, stick, and bar is handcrafted in Colorado by Badlanders who live and breathe truth, partnering with Willow Wind Farm. And Badlands Media, we're putting our money where our morals are. Soft disclosure. Make truth your routine. Head to softdisclosure.com. Use the promo code Badlands for $5 off and join the fight today. John had the progenitor of Willow Wind Farm on his Daily Herald show on Friday to talk a little bit about this stuff and the process and how long it has taken to make this stuff. She makes all of it, sources all of it from her own farm and from local farms in Colorado. It's pretty crazy. She was talking about the process of making all this stuff. But yeah, if you guys want to get some great stuff, some healthy stuff, and support Badlands in the process, softdisclosure.com. It has been very popular so far. Another cool tidbit about Willow Wind Farm. is there is an alpaca there named after me, circa 2022. An alpaca named Burning Bright.
Is that the one? Is that the one? The picture that I saw? I saw a picture of an alpaca in Deadwood. Is that the one that I saw the picture of? Or
that might have been. If he was particularly striking and handsome, it was probably the Burning Bright alpaca. But yeah, shout out to our friends at Willow Wind Farm. And Ghost, you didn't do it. This is part of the decree I have levied upon all of Badlands.
Is what to soft disclosure? Okay, I'm gonna whisper it. I'll whisper it.
Okay. All right, guys, and you should all whisper it too. I think we should make that a thing. If you are watching us in the far reaches of the night, even if your husband or wife is sleeping next to you, you should whisper soft disclosure audibly enough so that they think they might have heard something, but then you are not to tell them that they actually heard anything. I think that's how we can start programming the subconscious. These are welcome to the lotion wars. This is what it's become. We're going after Apple, Taiwan Semiconductor, Nippon Steel, Nippon. We're going after all of them with some lotions and tallows. That's what I've declared. All right. Second half or last third or quarter of the show. I knew we were going to do this.
Of course.
But so we're talking about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Beijing Victory Day Parade. I want to transition that into some sovereign alliance stuff. We'll get to Donald Trump. First up, we've got a particular Russian who is lighting up the Sovereign Alliance board. In fact, he's coming close to gimmick infringement, I will say.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
So I'm not going to charge him with gimmick infringement. That's a serious charge that I'm going to hold in my back pocket. But I just want the audience to know that Dmitriev is on watch for official charges to be brought of gimmick infringement. So go ahead, Ghost.
I'd also like to formally invite him to come on Badlands at any time and hang out with us
under duress.
And we don't even have to necessarily like talk about anything too serious or significant. I mean, we could just shoot the shit, but this because he seems like he has a really great sense of humor. The post that he puts on X, like he's a great troll, like A+, like 4chan level troll. And so he's the guy. If you want to share my screen, we started the show off with this post. I just saw this like right before we went live. This is from today. Putin and Trump will prevent World War III. It says peace in Ukraine is close because the two leaders are engaged in dialogue. Kirill Dmitriev has said. So who is Kirill Dmitriev? I think is the question that some people are probably asking. And that was a question that we started to answer on Wednesday on Breaking History with Matt Ehret. In the article that I wanted, before I get to like his bio, the article that I was trying to share on Breaking History, and then we went on like an hour and a half side quest, and it ended up just spending the whole show talking about Dmitriev. And then at the very end, I was like, all right, well, here's the article I was trying to start the show with. This is from TASS, Russian news agency, which is, you can kind of think of them as like they're the closest thing to Putin as far as like a state media outlet goes.
Yeah, pretty much press releases from the Kremlin.
Yeah, exactly. 2nd of September, Russia eyeing joint Arctic project with China and the U.S., Dmitriev says, quote, the real quote is down here. Certainly, this is him speaking at a, where was he speaking? It wasn't at the SCO. It was the thing after the SCO. Oh, the Eastern World Economic Forum. It was like the Eastern Economic Forum or whatever. They had it in Vladivostok, like on the eastern coast of Russia, just north of North Korea. And so his quote is, certainly Russia is eyeing the opportunity of joint Russia-China-U.S. projects, including in the Arctic region, specifically in the energy sector also, Dmitriev said. We exactly see that projects should not be divided there into Russian, Chinese, or Russian, U.S., he noted. Quote, we see joint investments are possible, including for Chinese and American investors, into joint projects, including in hydrocarbon projects in the Arctic, he added. And so what he's saying is that don't think, like we're not thinking of these things as a Russia-China project or a Russia-U.S. project. These are trilateral projects that we're going to be working on together in the collective, totally contradicting what Donald Trump is putting out there from a narrative standpoint.
Absolutely. This is a huge one mentioned in the first segment. One of the big things in energy was the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline. And again, if you just connect that, no pun intended, to the Trump-Putin summit, and you, myself, and Matt Ehret in particular have been talking about joint economic projects that were supposed to happen back in the 19th century between the US and Russia. And again, this is choice to know will be your shit that Ghost is bringing up here. In between all of the, quote, bullshit and posturing that Donald Trump told you was going on between the US and Russia, you have the actuals, which is plans for joint economic projects. And now we're finally getting confirmation that, yeah, they're trilateral. It's not just the US and Russia.
Okay, I'm sorry for the disinformation. That this was not at the Eastern Economic Forum. That had not started yet. This was a few days before that started. This was just
I can't believe anything you say.
This was just in an interview with a television station in Russia, probably around the Tianjin SEO conference.
Yeah.
But the full quote, he adds at the end, "It is important for investors to unite. Joint investments can be a stabilizing element. These are projects in infrastructure, technology, and industrial production, and the agricultural section. Investments will be increased." So now let's talk about who this guy is. As the TASS article notes, he's the chief executive of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. He's also the Putin's special envoy for economic development, specifically with the United States. But that's kind of what the role has been, is him coming back and forth to the United States. I believe he was appointed back in February. But where things got really interesting was on Wednesday when I was trying to share that TASS article. I was just introducing who Dmitriev was. And then Matt makes this offhand comment that Dmitriev, is this nefarious, he has a nefarious background. He used to work for, I think he said BlackRock. And he was a young leader, in 2011, I think it was. He was nominated as a young leader at the World Economic Forum. So Matt had a negative view of this guy. And so while Matt is, I asked Matt, I said, look, go ahead and just tell us everything you know about this guy from your perspective. And while you do that, I'm going to start reading his Wikipedia and doing a deeper dig on him than I had done in the past. And so as I start doing that, as Matt is speaking, there was a sentence that jumped out at me on his Wikipedia page that I'd not seen before, when I'd done, shallow research on him. And that was this sentence right here. And it says, Dmitriev has cultivated a close relationship with Mohammed bin Salman since 2014. Now, what's interesting, I have that article that we're going to look at right now. What's interesting about that timing is that Mohammed bin Salman, who's the current Saudi crown prince, in 2014 was a nobody. In 2014, his father, who's now the king, was the crown prince. His uncle was the king, and he was basically just an advisor to the crown prince, his father. All right,
Yeah.
but nobody knew who he was. I've read CIA mouthpiece biographies about this guy that are meant to slander him. Where in 2013, the CIA is noticing him hovering around the Saudi elite, and they're like, "Who the hell is this guy? We don't even have a file on him yet." Literally just comes out of nowhere. And interestingly enough, that's also in this article. This article is from April 6th, 2025. And the headline is this is from the Telegraph, Russia plans to capitalize on Trump's trade wars. Here's the man leading Putin's gambit. And I'm sorry, it was Goldman Sachs, not BlackRock.
Not BlackRock, okay.
Kirill Dmitriev, a U.S.-educated former Goldman Sachs banker, will look to charm the United States into a new economic partnership. And it goes on to explain. Let me see if this. I think I have this. Yeah, I have this video right here. It is a 1-minute video with him, CNN, back in April.
Scale of the sanctions regime on Russia, not just by the U.S., but the entire Western world. There's no precedent for it. Did you talk to U.S. officials saying this would be helpful? This would be something that we would do?
No, actually not at all. Because first of all, many Russians believe the sanctions actually have been good. It's been pushing Russia to independence from the West. And if you look at our GDP growth, it's still 4% last year versus around 1% for Europe. And our debt to GDP is 18% versus another around 100% for Europe. The Russian economy has done well, and we don't ask for any sanction relief. I think what we see is that some U.S. businesses want to go back And if they warn, if they want, as part of going back, to have some sanctions relief, I think that is a good move to be done, and it's a good move for America. So I think at this point, we are not asking for any sanction relief. We are just discussing that if America wants to have more business with Russia, and by the way, there are 150 American companies still in Russia, with 70% of them doing business for more than 25 years, then of course US can do so.
Yeah, so that's him basically saying, like, keep the sanctions. That's cool. Like, we love the decoupling that's been happening, like, where we don't have to be tied to the corrupt fiat banking system of the West. But going back to this article, there are a few things in here that I think you're going to find very interesting, and I'll just jump through it real quick. So it explains right here, Dmitriev, it says Russia is open for business, because the question posed is, but who exactly is the man charged with charming the U.S. into a new partnership with Russia at the expense of Ukraine? It says Russia is open for business. Dmitriev is a close acquaintance of Saudi Arabia's Mohammed bin Salman, a gifted financier, and perhaps the last person anyone expected to be leading Putin's most critical diplomatic gambit yet. Again, there are some parallels there with MBS. It says, but he has taken to it with gusto. He was present in Riyadh when American and Russian delegations met for the first tentative peace talks last month. So there, it's disclosing that in March there was actually a meeting between Americans and Russians, like about a peace talk in Riyadh. Even staying behind after the discussions had finished for an informal one-on-one with MBS. A week later, he set up an X account with the announcement Russia is open for U.S. Russia economic cooperation and believes such cooperation is key for more resilient global economy. And then here's a post. He says, like, this drove people nuts when he posted this on April 3rd, good weather in DC. And it's like, there's the White House in the background. Down here, let's see. It goes on to talk about how he was like tagging Elon Musk. It says here he's an America-phile.
They've called Trump a Russophile for a long time.
Yeah. So it says Sergei Lavrov, the hard-bitten, long-serving foreign minister, is also universally revered by career diplomats as a formidable master of the art. Sergei Ryabkov, his deputy, Yuri Yushakov, Vladimir Putin's foreign affairs advisor, and Gregory Karasin, and co-leader of the Russian delegation at Riyadh talks, hail from the same tradition. So these are all guys who were in Riyadh at this meeting. It says that Dmitriev has no formal diplomatic training, did not study at the MGIMO, which is the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, or other foreign service schools, and has never served in either the Kremlin or climbed the greasy pole of the Russian Foreign Ministry's Stalinist headquarters on Smolenskaya Square. Despite speculation to the contrary, there is no evidence that he had a career with the SVR, FSB, or any of the other Russian intelligence agencies so embedded in Putin's Russia. In fact, Dmitriev is not even Russian, but Ukrainian, or at least he was born there. He also spent many years working happily and lucratively in the U.S. and might easily have stayed there. And it goes on to explain his Kiev connection, how he was born in Kiev. And then there was a specific Chechnya connection that I wanted to point out to you, since you have a lot of Chechnya stuff. Hold on. Here it is. It says RDIF solely organized the visit. Okay. Oh, wait. Before we get there, this is ridiculous. It says connections with Riyadh. So following the annexation of Crimea and the first invasion of Ukraine in 2014, this is the Maidan coup, right? American interest in the RDIF, which is the Russian Development Investment Fund, began to wane, and Dmitriev began to look for new partners in other parts of the world because he had been appointed to become the executive of this thing, especially in the Middle East. It was around this time that he began to emerge as a truly significant figure, at least in Russian finance circles. Quote, around 2014, he suddenly became high profile, and someone I would quote, the Russian business reporter who did not wish to be named, says, quote, from 2015 until the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, there were all these OPEC plus meetings with the Saudis coming to Russia and Russians going to Saudi. He was around all these delegations. The Gulf connection was key to Dmitriev's success and explains his recent appearance in Riyadh. In 2015, RDIF signed a $10 billion deal with the Saudi Investment Fund. The next year, a delegation from the kingdom visited Moscow. Now, it's important to note, as I've explained on many of my shows before, the uncle, the guy who was king in 2014, he dies in January of 2015. His father, his brother, which would be MBS's father, Crown Prince, becomes king, King Salman. He immediately appoints as Crown Prince, not MBS. He appoints a CIA shill who's later arrested. MBS actually becomes the Minister of Defense, and within hours of his father becoming king and him becoming the defense minister, he brings in 4 really, really important people into a room, locks the doors, 2 of them are his brothers, and he says, no, he says, we have a serious problem right now. Not only do we have intense corruption in our government, we have traitors in our family, but we also have this PIF, the Public Investment Fund, is hemorrhaging $80 billion a year, and on its current trajectory, it is going to become financially insolvent by November of 2017. And that means that would mean the collapse of Saudi Arabia as a country. So he says, no one is leaving this room until we understand, we organize a plan to tear down the entire government on paper and rebuild it from scratch. And 12 hours later, they had a plan to do that. And 10 days later, this is early February 2015, they had dissolved all 13 departments in the Saudi government and reorganized them under 2 verticals: military and security, like police, and economic. So he was in charge as the foreign defense minister, or I'm sorry, as the defense minister, he was in charge of the defense column, like the defense vertical, but he also was in charge of the PIF, which basically put him in charge of the economy as well. So that's important to know. So then in 2015, he's like the RDIF, which is the Russian Development Investment Fund, signs a $10 billion deal with the PIF, which MBS is running at that point. The next year, a delegation from Saudi comes to Moscow. Then that's 2016. This is really important. October 2017, King Salman himself, at 80 years old, flies to Moscow and meets personally face-to-face with Putin. That's October 2017. November 4th, 2017, weeks later, that was when King Salman summoned the entire Muslim world to Riyadh. He says, I have a very important announcement to make. Everyone who's anybody from the 57 nations of the Muslim world, come to Riyadh, be there. And the announcement he made is he said, look, I'm going to still be king, but my young son, who's like 30 years old, he's going to be basically sovereign. But because a few months later in June, he had, May, Trump did the sword dance. A month later, June, MBS is named Crown Prince. So at that point, he's Crown Prince. And then in November 4th, that's when all the Muslims are in Riyadh. And he says, you can basically consider my son sovereign. Like, I'll be king on paper, but he's in charge now. And then MBS stands up and says, all right, my first act as sovereign leader is I have organized a corruption panel. They've already met several times. They're going to start arresting people right now. And that was when, according to reports, people stood up, ran out of the room. Cars were blown up. Jets were shot out of the air. People were rounded up. That was when Al-Walid bin Talal was, and many others were thrown into prison in the Ritz-Carlton for 6 months. And MBS took out all the people who were who were behind 9/11, all the people who funded 9/11, all the people who funded Al-Qaeda, all the people who funded ISIS that were his cousins. They were all either killed or they were arrested and thrown in prison. And weeks before that happened, according to this article, King Salman met face-to-face with Putin in Russia.
That is a glorious side quest. And again, the timelines match up perfectly. Once you if you allow the premise, the funny thing is, I shouldn't use the word premise. I guess the premise is an end state. I usually keep end state in mind and end game in mind when forming any theories, because it allows you to reverse engineer these things, and then you can see some of the timelines come together, like Ghost is laying out here. But when you don't even need to follow the sovereign alliance sort of idea. You can just look at Donald Trump's endgame comments about, again, who are they dismantling, who are they going after. Obviously, whether you're just, InfoWar person, truther, or a Q person, you're probably familiar, at least tangentially, with the Saudi purge Ghost is talking about here. And we know that Donald Trump is a good ally of Mohammed bin Salman. We know, and we've been talking about the Sovereign Alliance and how that also extends to Russia. But when you see a thread like this, it shows you the actuals there. It's also interesting because one of the things I've talked about just as a fun thought experiment is where Westerners, each nation, whether you're talking about good or bad, has a tendency to kind of follow it from their framing. But when you look back at these 2015 and earlier timelines, Vladimir Putin and the Russians have been working against the the true axis publicly the longest of anybody, and it's fascinating that they were the ones backing Mohammed bin Salman's purge. And then we have Trump really enter the public battle space in the West right around that time. So it's this wasn't just about the Saudi purge, obviously, or Russia and the Saudis versus the IMF, etc. It's like this is also when Trump went public with his deployment. So, I don't think it needs to be said to a lot of the Badlands audience, but when we talk about the Sovereign Alliance, or at least I'll speak for myself, but I think Ghost agrees, we're not talking about Donald Trump came into office circa 2017 and then started making deals with these players. We are talking about the Sovereign Alliance is the deployment. It has always been the deployment. How far back does it go? Gets really interesting when you go down those rabbit holes. But in terms of the moves, the real trackable moves they were making to upheave the axis, perhaps, 2015 is when they declared war.
Yeah, and the fact that 2014, the fact that that's when Dmitriev was contacting MBS and saying, "Hey, we should talk," because again, like by 2015, MBS is a legitimate he's a minister in the royal court. He is the defense minister. So at that point, he's a very important person in Saudi Arabia. But in 2014, he was an advisor to the crown prince. He was basically a nobody in geopolitics.
Yeah.
But Dmitriev sought him out as a very important person.
Yeah.
And as it says right here, Dmitriev has been a key player in developing Russia-Saudi relations in recent years. It says, quote, RDIF, which is the Russian Development Investment Fund, solely organized that visit, talking about the visit between King Salman and Putin in Moscow. It felt like Saudi Arabia was something that RDIF was really in charge of, not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not the Ministry of Energy. I think most people in Moscow knew that Saudi Arabia or the UAE was the RDIF sphere responsibility, says Uvarova. And then this is where it gets really interesting. This was not a secret at the time, nor was it unprecedented for senior officials to carve out fiefdoms in foreign policy. For a while, Ramzan Kadyrov, I think I'm saying that right. He's the ruler of Chechnya, curated relations with Libya. Igor Sechin, Vladimir Putin's loyal henchman and the head of state oil giant Rosneft, made a personal project of South America. Roman Abramovich, the former owner of Chelsea, inexplicably emerged as a diplomatic go-between in the early days of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. How does a schoolboy from Kiev who lionized Ukrainian freedom become a point man for Putin's Kremlin? So that whole paragraph right there is there's a lot of signal in that paragraph because they talk about Chechnya, which you've talked about many, many times. Chechnya, I think, is an incredibly important place as far as the Russian military goes.
Oh yeah.
As far
I have a fun side quest on that after this side quest.
For sure. Rosneft, I want everyone to remember that name right there. Rosneft, right there, says Vladimir Putin's loyal henchman and the head of state oil giant Rosneft made a personal project of South America. And I think they're talking about Venezuela there. But we're going to be talking about next week when we shift our focus to the West. We're going to be talking about Italy and Rosneft. We're going to be talking about Venezuela. We're going to be talking a little bit about Africa, but that is a very, very important name. And then Roman Abramovich, of course, is a pretty important name when it comes to the Ukrainian invasion, and everything that's happened since that 2022 special military operation.
So that's another great rabbit hole, and this is funny. This is why we do side quests, because they're weave
the best.
together.
Yeah.
So you know how I mentioned in the Doom Dynasty piece about China when I was talking about Xi Jinping, I use globalist sourcing, and then I find the sourcing in globalist research papers. Basically, one of the best, a little tidbit, Ghost might do this as well, but little piece of advice. I'm not the world's best digger. Like, that's not what I like to do. I don't have a long attention span. That's why I look at headlines and I stitch together patterns in headlines and narrative deployments. That's just kind of how my mind works, because I can't focus on anything for long enough. But sometimes I get really interested in something. And in the Xi Jinping dig, the best source I found for anti-Xi Jinping information, which eventually brought me onto the tracks to find out why they were so scared, was the Journal of Democracy. These are think tanks that globalists fund in order to propagandize academia, the financial realm. It's a trickle-down narrative superstructure that infects from a top-down layer, from a top-down direction, how academia thinks. It's why, like, not every college professor is this evil, closeted globalist that's in IMF meetings and WEF meetings and stuff like that. That's not how it works. It's the sources that they are training themselves on are funded by NGOs and globalists, right? So when you look into those sources, the sourcing within those NGOs and those think tanks is often fantastic. And you just have to invert the framing, right? So when I said there's the Journal of Democracy is one of these think tanks, they did a massive research paper on Xi Jinping and how he's such a threat to democracy. You can read that entire piece, that entire paper on Xi Jinping, realize that all of the sourcing is accurate for the biographical information of Xi Jinping and the moves he has made. But their framing is that this is why Xi Jinping is a very bad guy, right? Then when you invert that, you're like, oh, the Journal of Democracy is the democracy funded by George Soros that is the Open Societies Foundation and all that, right? So then you're like, okay, if Xi Jinping is undermining these people, maybe he's one of our boys. All of which is to say, you mentioned Chechens. It just made me remember other research papers in the Journal of Democracy. There's one that I remember from a while back on Vladimir Putin. I'll just read a brief excerpt here. But I thought of it because you mentioned Chechnya, and you also mentioned Mohammed bin Salman was a relative unknown before he ascended into that position, and he ascended rapidly. It may surprise people in this audience to know Vladimir Putin was a relative unknown before he ascended into the Russian presidency. In fact, when he was prime minister under Yeltsin, that was considered a shocking decision by Yeltsin because he was a mid-level KGB officer. It didn't really make a lot of sense. This was in 1999-2000. So how far back does the Sovereign Alliance go? I don't know, but I think it might go back kind of far. Anyway, from the Journal of Democracy, here's just a little thing here. Again, keep in mind, this NGO is trying to tell their globalist audience, the professors, the think tanks, etc., that this is all bad.
Yes.
And then think of how we would think of these things. All right. As the USSR began to unravel in the early 90s, Putin did not join the communists and nationalists who were fighting to preserve the Soviet Empire. Instead, like many other opportunists from the KGB at the time, he joined the Democrats who were trying to accelerate its destruction. Okay? Putin was accelerating the destruction of the USSR. Not a bad thing, I don't think, for most of us. In his first government job after returning from spy work in East Germany, Putin handled foreign relations for the pro-democratic Western-leaning mayor of St. Petersburg, Anatoly Sobchak. When Sobchak was voted out of office in a relatively free and fair election in 96, yes, they had those in Russia in the 90s. I mean, guys. The 90s in Russia is notorious for fake elections. It is known for that. It is renowned for fake elections. Because in the collapse of the Soviet Empire, the globalist oligarchy, the Russian oligarchs, took power. And what were the Russian oligarchs? You and I have talked about this before on shows. They were the owners of all the industry corporations, a la Nippon Steel, Taiwan Semiconductor, Apple Incorporated, right? This is what, in Russia, it was steel, it was rare earth materials. These were the companies.
Aluminum.
Aluminum, the aluminum wars.
Yep, the aluminum wars of the 90s, yep.
These were all the oligarchs Vladimir Putin ended up bringing to heel in the early 2000s. So the Journal of Democracy, funded by Western globalists such as George Soros, are telling you that the oligarchs were good and their elections were free and fair, okay? So there's a lot of nuggets in these kinds of things. Putin called on his St. Petersburg liberal economic reformer friends working for Boris Yeltsin to seek employment in the Kremlin. Putin held a series of mid-level positions in the Yeltsin admin, eventually moving up to becoming head of the FSB, the KGB's main successor organization. At the time, Putin was a bureaucrat. He was neither a political figure or a revolutionary. A series of unexpected events radically altered his career path. As Yeltsin served out his second term, he initially chose as his successor the charismatic, principled, and effective politician Boris Nemtsov. Not Putin. Nemtsov was a popular and successful governor who won re-election in 95 during a time of deep economic depression in the region. In 97, Yeltsin invited Nemtsov to serve as first deputy prime minister, a stepping stone to becoming a Kremlin-backed candidate in the 2000 presidential race. But a global financial crisis hit Russia hard in 98, forcing out Nemtsov and his government. So, just if anybody is unaware of who this is, Boris Nemtsov was one of my Russia pills early on. He was a political opponent of Vladimir Putin who was assassinated in 2015. His assassination was predicted in an episode of Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown, which aired on CNN in 2015, in which CNN was saying Nemtsov is the main opposition leader to the radical Vladimir Putin and is receiving death threats. So it's been my opinion that Western globalists, aka the CIA, killed Boris Nemtsov and blamed it on Vladimir Putin because they had preceded the narrative that Nemtsov was going to be assassinated by Vladimir Putin. Even though it made no sense for him to do this, Nemtsov was no threat to Putin politically at all.
It's basically a false flag.
Exactly, a false flag assassination. Yeah. They had said it was going to happen. It happened. This guy's a globalist. Boris Nemtsov's a globalist. So, pretty interesting in light of the Mohammed bin Salman of it all, that Nemtsov was supposed to be the heir apparent until the unknown KGB guy, Putin, gets in and rug pulls the whole thing. So, in 97, Yeltsin invited Nemtsov to serve as deputy prime minister. Blah, blah, blah. I said that. Again, Russia was functioning as a democracy at that time. The parliament compelled Yeltsin to appoint communist-backed Primakov as prime minister. Overnight, Primakov became a strong presidential contender, so they devised an elaborate plan to replace Primakov with Putin as prime minister in August 99, making Putin acting president in January 2000. Some have argued this plan was turbocharged by a series of terrorist attacks blamed on Chechens, but allegedly carried out by the Kremlin, followed by the second invasion of Chechnya, which Putin oversaw. This was Putin's first lucky chapter. So I've said this before, we won't go on a giant Chechen dig here. We'll do that on a different show. Maybe we can do that on your show. Yeah, but the invasion of Chechnya by Putin is largely seen as ingratiating himself to the Muslims in the region, because he purged CIA-backed influence, Al-Qaeda influence in that region, and got rid of the extremist cells. And who had a huge problem with him going into Chechnya? The Journal of Democracy. So, again, you just have to look at it, and to tie a bow on all this, when we were told Igor Prigozhin was marching on Moscow and he was going to go after Putin, what was the unit that we were told intercepted Prigozhin and stopped them from getting to the Kremlin.
The Wagner
the Chechens.
Group. Yeah, the Chechens of the Wagner Group. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just interesting. It's interesting rabbit holes. It's interesting on a few levels. I think number one, a lot of the members of the Sovereign Alliance sort of came out of nowhere from the perspective of the globalist oligarchy. And then second is these globalist NGOs and research and think tanks, they're often going to tell you way more about these guys than you're going to find anywhere else because they're trying to make you afraid of them.
That's exactly right. And I misspoke. I meant to say you were right. The Wagner Group was intercepted by the Chechens from the Chechens who make up the special forces of the Russian military. That's where
most of whom are Muslims.
Yeah, that's where the special forces school for the Russian military is in Chechnya and is run by the guy who I mentioned, Ramzan Kadyrov. It's like his son or whatever, or I guess he is the son. His father was the one. Yeah, he's the son.
He's very he's very infamous in the combat sports world. Very infamous.
And that's really important too, because if you share my screen, just understanding the world, like let's get get your bearings here. Here's Chechnya. This is Chechnya right here. Okay. And if you look at where it is in the world, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, those are places that you've heard about a lot in the past year. Georgia specifically, remember, Georgia's the one that they're trying to pass the anti-NGO laws similar to the ones that Putin passed when he first came into power. And their prime minister has been threatened. We mentioned Robert Fico who is the prime minister of Slovakia. Slovakia is right here. He was shot 5 times in the chest in May of 2024 because he passed those laws in Slovakia. And then the prime minister of Georgia who was a young guy, was given a phone call by a member of the EU, like a member of parliament of the EU, and said, hey, you saw what happened to Fico. You could be next if you don't slow down. Remember
and, the two leaders of for the audience, the leaders of
Slovakia and Serbia.
Slovakia and Serbia were both at the Beijing Victory Day Parade. They're both NATO members, I believe.
Serbia is not. Serbia is like technically in the process of joining. They're but Vučić is trying to back them out.
Yeah, they're seen. The point there is that Vučić and Fico are seen at Serbia and Slovakia are seen as Western. So when they were at this Beijing Victory Parade and the SCO, or they were at the Beijing Victory Parade, it was seen by Western globalists as a quote anti-Western move for them to make. And the other country, speaking of this map, that the globalists are taking aim at right now is Hungary and Viktor Orban.
Yep.
And we had Volodymyr Zelensky, our boy Z, calling him anti-Western about a week ago because he doesn't want to back continued efforts there. So we are seeing the beginnings, I think, of a wedge of Western, anti-Western resistance developing over there, and alignment with the Sovereign Alliance.
And let's just set some context here. So you just read something that mentions like 1998, 1999, and then Putin, like that's when Putin was coming into power, right? So 98, 99, that was when you had the Serbian civil war. Everything you see on the screen right here, Montenegro, Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, and Slovenia, that was all one country called Yugoslavia. And then they had this massive civil war in 98, 99 that sucked Russia into it. And that was basically laid at like Putin's feet. And Putin ultimately made peace with the West. And he was trying to basically, reset relations with the West. He was trying to make friends with first the Clinton administration, then the Bush administration. And they all just gave him the middle finger and told him to pound sand. And then 10 years later, 2008, the CIA, George Bush, President Bush, runs a regime change operation in Georgia because Georgia is also in the process of trying to join NATO, but that hasn't happened yet, and the government was trying to back out of that. And
so they banned NGOs.
So there's a regime change operation in Georgia. It leads to a big war where Russia does get involved. And that is basically where Putin and the West split, is 2008. And that, because up until that point, from 2000, when Putin becomes president, until 2008, Putin is trying to be friends with George Bush. He's like, look, let's build missile defense systems together. He actually told Tucker last year that he had to go ask the father. He said, strangely enough, I had to go ask the dad, who I thought was retired, like, can we do this? And the dad told me to pound sand. That's because George Bush Sr. was the one, the godfather of the CIA. But that the Russia-Georgia war of 2008, which was really like a proxy war between NATO and Russia, that was when Putin and the West split, and basically Putin went his own way, and that was when Hillary Clinton is like, all right, well, we're just gonna like go after Putin now, and Russia's not our friend, and that sets the stage for the Maidan coup and everything that's happening now, like with Ukraine.
Absolutely, and the Chechen wars, the Russia-Chechen wars, those are it depends on your framing, but under this framing, they were largely against Western back. It was a precursor to the Maidan coup, like you said there.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of from the perspective of the Russians and from the perspective of the Chechens and the Dagestanis, the Western intel, Western globalists were fomenting that whole situation. They wanted Russian liberation, and they got it. So this is one of those contradictions globalists aren't going to tell you about, which is why I mentioned combat sports stars. And guys, if you think, by the way, we're not going to do a full side quest, but we're going to tease a side quest. If you think it's just like a cute culture thing of the UFC on the White House lawn in 2026, the UFC is a mass cultural and narrative deployment. That doesn't mean it's fake. I know that it's not. But I think one of the reasons that they are using, that the sovereigns are using, that Donald Trump is using the UFC as his culture, that's clearly Donald Trump's chosen sport in terms of cultural deployment. It's also Vladimir Putin's as well. He has a deep history in combat sports in terms of supporting it and all that kind of stuff. I think it's twofold. One, strong men create good times. And I think just symbolically, there's nothing that symbolizes strong men than combat sports. Two, combat sports is the pinnacle of what we're talking about with cooperative competition between nations. So in the UFC right now, if you go down the UFC rankings, I'm just using this as an example of how culturally significant the UFC is on a global scale, but on a sovereign scale. The current flyweight champion, Brazilian. The current bantamweight champion, Merab Dvalishvili. Crazy names. Georgian, to your point there.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander Volkanovski, ethnic Russian, Australian. Ilia Topuria, Georgian. Or no, sorry, Spanish, but Georgian blood. Jack Della Maddalena is Australian. Hamzat Chimaev, Chechen.
I can just look at him and tell he's Chechen.
Yeah, I just lost the page there. And then we've got Magomed Ankalaev, light heavyweight champion, Russian. Tom Aspinall, English. Valentina Shevchenko, Kyrgyzstani, Argentinian, etc., etc., etc. She's been all over the place, but I believe her first her country of origin is Kyrgyzstan. Zhang Weili, Chinese. Kayla Harrison, American. We have one American champion right now, and we have a smattering of Caucasus, Russians, Chechens, Georgians, Kyrgyzstanis, Brazilians, etc. And the point there is that when they fight, it's like, yeah, you've got the Brit versus the Russian. It's a positive type of competition between these nations, this very aggressive hyper competition, but cooperation. And when you follow the storylines, the reason some MMA fans have kind of like understood what's going on with Putin way ahead of InfoWar people is because they were Khabib Nurmagomedov fans. And that led them down a Ramzan Kadyrov rabbit hole. And that led them into the Chechen wars. And that led them into Vladimir Putin's ascension in the 90s. So it's kind of an interesting little side trail there where, I don't know, the UFC is about much more than like being on the White House lawn. There's like a lot of the guys who are making the most waves right now in combat sports are from this region of the world. And it's exposing people who follow that to these totally alien cultures to us that we're probably realigning with nowadays.
Yeah, well, it also like the Dmitriev MBS connection also explains why, because you and I talked about this too, why Saudi Arabia suddenly like started hosting these major like MMA, like UFC events, right? I mean,
yeah, they're going to Qatar in November.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, because
they went to Riyadh earlier this year.
Because Trump helped set up like the Live Golf League, which then took over PGA. Hostile takeover. They own the PGA now. The PGA is underneath Live at this point, like from a corporate structure. But before that happened, that like the MMA was all over Saudi Arabia. So that kind of explains it then. It's like it's the relationship between MBS and Dmitriev, the Russia-Saudi relationship, which predates, Trump even announcing he's going to run for office.
Absolutely. All right. We've done a million side quests. We are going to table some of what we were going to talk about tonight for next week, but we're going to hit the Trump statement because I think it'll actually serve as a great bow tie. Go ahead.
One thing I was asking ChatGPT to identify when the first major card was held in Riyadh, March 23rd, 2015.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So this year for reference, Trump did his peace tour in the Middle East. There are three Middle Eastern UFC events on the docket in 2025. 2 of them have already happened. The third one is coming up. They were Riyadh, the UAE, and Qatar.
Yeah, and he just signed the thing saying that they're going to do it on the White House lawn too.
In the White House.
Yeah,
like the UFC is way more signal than just Dana White saying cool things about Trump. There is some shit going on there. Honestly, I have theorized for a long time that these UFC events have acted as great sovereign alliance meeting places and incubators back during that time period.
Well, the guy who was photographed with Trump, like it was Trump, Elon, and this third guy, the Saudi. I think it was when we were in I want to say it was when we were in either Myrtle Beach or Vegas. One of the Garts when we were all together. That guy is the head of the PIF. So he's the guy that MBS put in charge of the Public Investment Fund. So his job is actually to go around and make sure that all the investments are cross the T's, dot the I's, so to speak. And he is meeting, like sitting next to Trump at like that major event that he went to, where like he walks out with Rogan and Tucker and all them. And then he's playing golf with Trump like multiple times at Mar-a-Lago. So it's like all that, like to your point, all this stuff is happening very publicly at these kind of events.
So we're going to close with a topic that we're probably going to open with as well next week. And that is Donald Trump's statement. We've talked a lot about the SCO. We've used it as a jumping off point of a bunch of side quests tonight. I hope this was a good episode. I think it was. I know we go off onto all these side quests, but what we're trying to do here and have fun doing is sort of exploring, if you take the globalist media and the NGOs at face value and you understand that they are afraid of what they refer to as a multipolar world order that is forming, or as they've now rebranded them, and as I predicted 2 months ago, the axis of upheaval, exploring why they are afraid of this emergent mesh is very encouraging, because I think it says 2 things. One, they should be afraid of this emergent mesh of multipolarity and sovereignty. And 2, there's nothing they can do to stop it. And that leads me into our closing and our opening. I'm going to get to the rants as well, guys. But that is Donald Trump and where he fits into this. Again, we'll talk a lot more about him as well next week. Next week, as a teaser, this was the Sovereign War, the Multipolar World Order. Next week, I think I'm going to call that episode The Villains We Need. We're going to talk about, we're still going to talk about Xi and Putin, but we're going to talk about them from the perspective of Trump. We've done it before, but we'll hit on that. Mostly what I want to talk about next week is how are Trump and Putin fighting against this globalist system? What are they doing? Not instead of we've done enough of sort of, you're either on board with thinking that they are working together at this point or you're not. And I'd encourage you to do your own research, but we're going to go into Trump and Putin and what they're doing to destabilize the globalist regime. We're going to go into Trump and Xi and what they are doing, Trump and Modi and what they are doing. And his statement here is a teaser for that. What we're also going to get into next week, as Ghost mentioned, is focusing much more predominantly on Donald Trump's role in this narrative battle space from the perspective of the Western Hemisphere. We've talked a lot about how the East is kind of changing and shifting around and how threatening that is to the globalist order. We're also going to talk about next week, how is the West shifting around? What is Trump doing? What does North America look like? What does South America look like from the perspective of the Sovereign Alliance? And again, who is this all bad for? With him declaring war on the cartels. And, I think you're going to see, and Ghost is really good with the Global South stuff, you're going to start to see, hopefully, with these 2 episodes, a pincer move, a grand pincer move, where the Eastern Hemisphere, the Multipolar World Order, the Sovereign Alliance, is effecting a pincer with Donald Trump in the West, and caught in the middle of that pincer, and even from the Global South, moving upwards, is the globalist hegemon. The Western globalist hegemon is getting fucked from all angles. And part of the bullshit and posturing, in Trump's own words, is a key aspect here. So before we get to rants, I want to kind of tease people with that statement. And hopefully after the episode tonight, this statement hits you guys differently and maybe even a little bit comedically. So here is the statement from Donald Trump about the Beijing Victory Parade, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, etc. The big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and blood that the United States of America gave to China in order to help it secure its freedom from a very unfriendly foreign invader. Many Americans died in China's quest for victory and glory. I hope they are rightfully honored and remembered for their bravery and sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America. President Donald J. Trump. So how does that hit you? How did that statement hit you, especially in the context of the Sovereign Alliance?
I mean, it hit me like a little bit of FOMO. Like I sense a little bit of FOMO. Like man, like all the boys are together. I don't get to be there. I'm going to throw some shade in a very fun, jovial way. I'm going to have fun with it. I mean, that could not have been more lighthearted. Like, lighthearted is probably the best way to put it, because it's not. It doesn't even reach the level of like Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan doing WrestleMania, because he does do a lot of that stuff. But like what Elon Musk and Maduro were doing last year, where they were threatening to have like a wrestling match where the loser like shaves their facial hair and or like gets sent to live on Mars or whatever. Like that was WrestleMania. This is more just like, hey, we're just shits and giggles kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and I talked about this a little bit on Wednesday night on the Power Hour with John. It's getting kind of funny. Trump is just telling you in advance, like, hey, it's all bullshit and posturing. And then he bullshits and postures a few days later. And 98% of his base is like, the Chinamen, the Russians, the Indians. And it's like, guys, you know what the tell is? The tell here, for even normies, is the next truth. And that is this one. Looks like we've lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together. So keep in mind, guys, that first of all, that's very silly.
Yeah.
But also, and he tells them his threat is that he hopes they live long and prosper. Captain Kirk. So that's great. We get it, Donnie. But people focused on deepest, darkest China here. Guys, he starts it by saying, we've lost India and Russia. Hold on a second. Hasn't he been feuding with India and Russia?
Yeah.
For months.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the significant thing there is that when we sanctioned the shit out of Russia, because remember, we just watched the video of Dmitriev saying, oh, we don't want you to lift the sanctions. Keep the sanctions. We love the sanctions. They're great. And Trump has said, well, we can sanction Russia. Recently, he said, we can sanction Russia more if you want, but we're currently at zero trade with them. So what are you sanctioning, right? Why don't we? So we're going to sanction Russia and Ukraine. That's what he says we're going to do next. So now Ukraine is going to get sanctioned. Well, I mean, then and you know that's going to cause people to shit the bed.
Yeah.
But what happened is India comes in and Putin says, all right, we don't have anyone to sell oil to in Europe anymore or the West. India, we will sell you oil at a discount. We'll give you all this extra surplus we have at a discount. Modi buys it at a discount, which fuels the Russian war machine. And then Modi turns around and sells the oil at market retail rate, at like market whatever rates, and makes money off of it. And that's what has like OPEC and all the like unipolar douchebags freaking out because they're like, you're cheating. You're getting discount oil from Russia and then selling it at market rates. It's
and
great.
We'll go more into this next week and we'll open here again. But I totally agree. What Ghost points out there is, besides the fact that it's funny and besides the fact that Trump was just feuding with Russia and India, but now he's like, oh no, we've lost Russia and India to China. It's like, come on, guy. Like, he's trying to be funny about it. You gotta get on board. You gotta understand what he's doing. But here's the actual, so you don't just think we're blowing smoke. And yes, it's Spock who said live long and prosper, not Captain Kirk. So thank you, Chad. But Ghost is exactly right. This sanctions war that started under Joe Biden in 2022 against Russia made Russia stronger. The only international currency that got stronger in 2022 into 2024 was the ruble, because the sanctions showed BRICS and it showed the axis of upheaval that the rules-based international order, aka the Western Globalist Hegemon, the rules of their game are rigged. And something Americans don't understand about how foreign countries see us is that the most sacred thing in the West and in America to them, and the thing that they envy about us, is the concept of property rights. So there's other things here, right? But American property rights, U.S. property rights, are by far the strongest in the world. That doesn't mean they can't be violated, but they are by far the strongest in the world. If you have proof of ownership in the U.S., the thing is yours. What they did with the sanctions on Russia and taking Russian assets and Russian investments in the U.S. is they showed everybody that those rights do not translate to anybody outside of the U.S. Meaning, if you are a reasonable sovereign leader of a foreign nation, you better get the hell out of the dollar, because it's not a fair game anymore. Now, combine that with Donald Trump's war on the Federal Reserve and the fact that Scott Bessent, his Treasury Secretary, and Stephen Moran, who's on the Fed board right now, and is the guy who very literally wrote the playbook released in November 2024 on restructuring the U.S. financial system and the globalist trading network. The playbook that the Trump administration is following, their stated end goal is to weaken the U.S. dollar so that we import U.S. production again, rather than exporting it. The Trump administration, no matter what they lie to your faces about on a day-to-day basis, is telling you the truth with their actions. They are not trying to strengthen the dollar. They are trying to weaken the dollar. These other nations are de-dollarizing. What Ghost just said there, India, Russia, and China are de-dollarizing. That is good for Americans, not bad. But if you go on the news, people are so brainwashed and retarded nowadays that if you say de-dollarizing, people think it's bad. When everyone else in the world dollarizing is what put us in a globalist prison where we, the American consumer, the American citizen, are the piggy bank lending our money to the rest of the world because they want our money. They don't want our stuff anymore because our stuff is produced and made using US dollars, US energy. It's too expensive for everybody else. So that's ultimately what all this gets to. And the reason I wanted to loop that into Trump's statement there, when he's talking about freedom in the context of China, I believe he's talking about from the globalist Western hegemon. And I believe that India and Modi is the key signal here of the last week, where Trump chased India to China. India and China's rapprochement, which is not huge news in the West, but it is massive news in the East. The fact that they are now signing deals together and working together and palling around together in the clips Ghost showed earlier tonight, it's massive, earth-shattering news in the rest of the world. That is in the central narrative, Modi going to Xi Jinping is a direct result of Donald Trump being mean to Modi. So Trump has given Modi narrative shielding to the Indian people to make a deal with Xi Jinping. And Ghost said it from the Russian angle. What the US sanctions on Russia did is it drove Russia to India and China. And that's exactly what Trump wanted to do. He wanted to drive everybody out of Europe and out of the US to each other, and he's going to sign deals with all these players on the other side of it.
The cutesy name they give it is the dance between the dragon and the elephant. That's what the Chinese call it. That's what Wang Yi, who's the Chinese foreign minister, calls it. That's what Sergei Lavrov has called it. But and that's what India is calling it too. Is the dance between between the dragon and the elephant. And they say it takes two to dance, and there's a whole they really run away with the metaphor. But remember what we talked about earlier. The Glass-Steagall Act of 1932. What did the Glass-Steagall Act of 1932 do? It allowed the Federal Reserve to loan out money to member banks, paper money that was backed by government securities, right? Bonds, instead of money backed by gold when there was a shortage of money backed by gold, right? And then, of course, once we got off the gold standard, they just started lending money or issuing currency that was only backed by government securities, right? And which is basically just the free, like the faith in the American people or whatever, like whatever the bullshit line is. But that's how
full faith and credit.
Yeah, to your point, that's how they enslaved all of us, because they're like, we're just going to print money, and then the money's going to get laundered back into our bank accounts, and you're stuck with the bill. Have a nice life.
Yep, absolutely. So this is where, and we'll talk about this more in depth between Russia and China, etc. But as a table setter, it's those pincer moves. When I say pincer moves, in order to affect a pincer, you have to seem like you're on opposite sides. That's how pincers work. That's what Trump is doing. You're coming from opposite directions at the same thing. And what they are fighting against, like, hate to say it, and Trump can't say this publicly, they are fighting against the fiat US petrodollar. That's what everybody is fighting against. They are all fighting against the central bank. And if you don't believe me, just believe Trump every single day when he ruthlessly mocks and attacks and is now suing members of the Federal Reserve while calling it the new Versailles. Like, he is telling you what's going on. It's just up to you to put the pieces together and realize it's the same thing that the Sovereign Alliance is fighting against.
Yeah, I mean, I remember 3 years ago when before I was doing shows with Badlands, and I would talk about the Arabs and be like, I actually think the Arabs are on our side, and there might be something really positive here. Obviously, pointing to the sword dance and the relationship between MBS and Trump. always what would get thrown at me is Operation Sandman. Operation Sandman is this idea that's out there, psyop, whether or not it's real or not, is that at one moment, like in an act of revenge, all of the Muslim countries of the world were going to sell their bonds at the same time and basically destroy the U.S. bond market and sink the dollar, and it would send the United States into like a tailspin and cause like economic catastrophe and like the end of our society as we know it. And it doesn't seem like at all that's happening. It's like whether or not that was actually a plan or just some psyop on 4chan. It doesn't at all. It seems like this is going to be a soft landing, and there's a smooth transition that's on the horizon.
So next week we'll talk about the specifics. So I think we just laid out what we think the intent is of the pincer move. Next week we're going to talk about how is it taking place. How are they going against the globalist oligarchy, the banks? How are they going against the war machine, which is a big topic? France is kind of leading the charge there from a narrative perspective of the warmongers. And then we're going to talk about the Western Hemisphere. I'm going to be in Canada. I'm going to be in a globalist proxy state next week. So we're going to do the show. Ghost is going to come to my in-laws' house, and we're going to do the narrative from there. No, but did I have anything else? I think that's it. I think I'm gonna grab Rant Goats. You're welcome to head out if you want to.
No, bro. I'm good. Yeah, and look, we didn't even get, like, I knew we wouldn't, and that's fine.
Yeah.
We didn't even get to the South Korea, North Korea thing, which is amazing. It's one of my favorite stories happening right now. The poop balloon. It's a continuation of the poop balloon op, and the fact that the guy who was the CIA puppet, South Korean president, who Khan Inc. says is the good guy. Khan Inc.'s like, he's the good guy. He's in prison right now for treason because he tried to impose martial law in response to Kim Jong-un's poop balloon op. One of the funniest stories out there, but I've talked about it on my show, so I would encourage people to go run that down on the Badlands Rumble page. But love the poop balloon op.
The funnier stories tend to be Sovereign Alliance. Like, if you're wondering, is this a Sovereign Alliance deployment or the bad guys? If it's funny, it's probably a Sovereign Alliance story.
Yeah.
And Trump talking about deepest, darkest China, who he hopes live long and prosper.
The Orient. Dude, I want him to say the Orient. I want him to talk about the Orient. Yeah. It's like the mysticism of the Orient. If he can just do something that's sort of throwback that the left would just like say is super racist. And when I say the left, I'm referring to the Republican Party, of course. But yeah.
Shout out to Cheryl in chat. Sure, BB, you're going to talk about what you plan to talk about. See you at part 3. Yeah, I mean, you know us. We'll be old and gray. I'm already getting some grays. That's what the wife did this to me before kids. But yeah, we're gonna, in 20 years, we're gonna be like, and next week we're gonna talk about what's really going on with Venezuela. So I'm gonna get to the rant. Before I do that, I do want to do a shout out to the Badlands Substack. Ghost is always working on the daily. What the hell is my? Here we go. The daily news brief with Ash over there. It's there all the time. We also had Matt Ehret write a piece on this kind of stuff. Gateway to a New World of Cooperation. The blind spot of Ehret is that he thinks that Trump is just kind of like bumbling his way through some of this stuff. But he's very signal on the sovereign bros. I think we're starting to plant some seeds that he's coming around on the Trump side of things and realizing that there is such a thing as kayfabe. Check out the Badlands News Brief, badlands.substack.com. It's all free. If you guys want to check out something I put out today, named it after this episode, The Sovereign War, Multipolar Reckoning with a Long Dormant Destiny, just kind of a different version of some of this kind of stuff, burningbright.substack.com. What do you got coming up this week, Ghost, besides...
Well, I have to verify, but I might have had my guest for Book of Trump tomorrow night might have bailed on me. But that's fine because I always have a backup with the Book of Trump. So we will be doing something very interesting on the Book of Trump. But then I think next week on the Book of Trump, which is Monday nights at 7:30, I'm going to have Adam Riva come on and talk about his new. He did a documentary about Bibi Netanyahu. So that's going to get my jimmies rustled. And then I think the week after that, I'm going to have Adrian from Rise Attire on to do Balenciaga, because he did a documentary on Balenciaga, because we kind of hit a little bit of everything on that show.
Yeah.
Tuesday and Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern, I do Geopolitics with Ghost, which is basically just me being autistic for 2 hours and doing
we didn't do that
nonstop side quests. So if you like the side quests, just join me at 2 and hold on to your hat. And then Breaking History at noon with Matt on Wednesday, and then Badlands Daily Tuesday morning at 10 with CanCon. So
as Russ Cole says to Marty in True Detective Season 1, the world needs bad men, Marty. We keep the other bad men from the door.
That's right. That's right.
You need mind maps. You need retards. And yeah, Tattoo Teacher, I did say I was wrapping up 40 minutes ago. This is part of the wrap-up. We know how this is. This is the Irish goodbye version of the narrative. All right. Rants. Tom Terrific 54. $50. I've been kind of busy lately. Here is a little extra. Thanks a lot, Tom. Appreciate the support. By the way, guys, when I shame you into hitting the thumbs up button, it works. For some reason, when I don't shame you, filthy, disgusting pieces of trash, you don't hit the thumbs up button. And there will always be 2 people that are like, I'm upset that you said that. And they're going to hit the down button. That's okay. We have some meth heads that follow us around who hit the downvote button. But there's not that many of them. They rove in packs. They tend to consume their own. So, we can outlast the downvotes. But no, in all seriousness, guys, F you if you don't hit the thumbs up button. Caught you with the swerve there.
Some people like to be degraded. So that's just a thing.
That's true. Shelty Mom 0122. $37. $37 for episode 37. Thank you. I can't wait for episode 2000. Shelty Mom.
Thank you.
Kevsky, $20. Be honest, it needs to be a 3-part series. Great show. Thank you. It probably will be.
Probably could be.
Melindy, cut the cord. Burning Bright Substack and Geopolitics with Ghost is all you need. But not the narrative with Burning Bright?
Damn right.
Just my Substack? I mean, do appreciate it. It warms the cockles anytime somebody's like, I read your articles. I'm like, thanks. It takes a lot of time. James Klain, $20. You guys are great. Just wanted to support you both. Thank you. Steph Asia, I love your hopeful take on Xi, but under him, the tracking and crackdown on religion and freedom has been demoralizing to friends there. I believe Steph Asia is in Taiwan. I can't combat that. My argument would be, or what I would think, is, again, good twin, evil twin. Is the crackdown Xi? Is the crackdown regional magistrates? Look into the Tigers and Flies campaign. I mean, I know we've gone back and forth and joked around about the Taiwan sort of thing, but like, Taiwan is not the model of what I look to of the quote-unquote good guys. And that doesn't mean you, Steph Asia, are bad because you're Taiwanese. I'm saying that the nation state is a globalist proxy, like very, very obviously. And a lot of us live in globalist proxy states. There's Canadians who watch the show and Australians who watch the show who are aware that they live in globalist proxy states. I just think like, I think things are changing in China, but
in Matt, I mean that's a good point. And Taiwan, I think, is the Ukraine of Asia. That's what it seems like.
Sure.
And Matt has educated me that I think the Uyghur Muslim thing is. He said the Uyghur, as I understand it, the Uyghur Muslims are the proxy group that is used to animate like subversive, anti-government operations against Xi. Basically, is like they're the group that is cultivated to do that, just like is done in Afghanistan against the Russians and et cetera. So.
And it's not my area of expertise, but you can look. It's the same story and same templates everywhere. Mm-hmm. If you're in Taiwan and you're reading anti-Trump propaganda, Steph Asia, since you're probably a Trumper, I'm not singling you out like to make fun of you. I'm saying when you're reading Taiwan news, same as we're reading CNN or something like that, and you see Trump's crackdown on Black Americans in the Taiwan globalist news, do you put that on your fridge and you're like, I can't believe Trump is cracking down on Black Americans and is persecuting them. That's, I don't know. If you know like individuals, like you personally know, then those are powerful anecdotes. I'll have to take your word for it. But if you're talking about like, I am reading that Xi Jinping is doing these things, I would just say, do you apply that same framing when you are reading that Donald Trump is doing X things? PJ Corrigan, $10. Thanks for the great show, fellas. It was fantastic to listen in while I watch. Football team goes to base Africa Henry get the win over Patel Patriot and the Badlands Fan FF group. You guys are in another.
No, I think he said the ghost of base Derrick Henry.
Oh, base Derrick Henry.
So I think it must be a league they're doing because no, I'm only in one. I'm only in one league with y'all.
Wait until my bench is no longer on the bench. Steph is not Taiwanese. She's American. Steph says, it's personal info from Taiwanese friends who returned to Taiwan from China and tell me, are your friends globalists? What do you mean? How are they persecuted? Religiously? Like, I need more. I'm not doubting you completely. I'm just saying, like, is this kind of like when people say that the Orange Man touched them inappropriately? Were they being Christians over in China and Xi Jinping was like, you better stop doing that. Miss Real Freedom Fighter, $17. Great show, gentlemen. Thank you. Grease Monkey, come on, guys. You can do 24 hours. We are with you. We could.
Don't tempt us.
Babbage 3, you got a YouTube super chat. Ghost knows how to get to them.
Yeah,
I never have the YouTube thing open.
Yeah, so I'm looking in the YouTube chat, and I'm not like super familiar with YouTube. I have read super chats from YouTube before. I just don't see like it's not popping up for me. Like it's not sticking out as like
it doesn't save them.
It doesn't save them. So maybe I just logged into it too late. But I asked Babbage, if you could copy it, like just copy it or just retype it into the message. I'm happy to read it. Like, sorry that has to be that way. We for those watching, we're on like our 8th, 9th YouTube account. We normally get kicked off of YouTube pretty quickly.
We've got right now, as far as I understand it, we have 2 YouTube channels active right now. One of them is on 2 strikes, and one of them is on 1 strike in their latest iterations.
So stand by, we'll be kicked off soon enough.
Yeah. I get a little nervous when we're not. I'm like, we're off signal.
We're obviously doing something wrong if they're letting us on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be funny though if because this week I think it's good that we're saving Maduro because I think Maduro is like things are going to pop off this week with Venezuela, and I definitely think Maduro is part of the club. We're going to talk about that next week. It's part of the Sovereign Alliance.
By the way, Assad is supposedly hanging out in an upper crusty Russian neighborhood. We are told.
Yeah. So like I wouldn't be surprised if they really are going to run these ops against the cartels and take them out because the cartels have been around since the 60s. Are we going to see Maduro get arrested and like extracted as like part of like a witness protection? Face saving witness protection because like he's had to play along, I'm sure, with those people so they don't take him out, kill his family, whatever. But once things start to pop off, who knows how safe it would be for him to stay there. So I don't know. We'll see, but keep an eye out for it.
So Steph, I do want to address this. Steph says, no, just had the police come to a good friend's home to interrogate her about church attendance in China just to scare her. So let's take that at face value. Now, that's bad. What happened during COVID? In the United States.
Yeah, that's true.
In Australia. In Canada. How many people in this audience had people lose their jobs or did lose your job? Faced mandates, faced mask mandates, faced all these things, right? Who did that to them?
Yeah.
Was it Donald Trump?
No, it was the government. The government did that to them. But what government? Like what government? Yeah, what government?
What government did that to them?
Your local government did that to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is where this is a good discussion to have, Steph, because it's important to check ourselves with these things. Maybe Xi Jinping is an ultra super baddie. It's also possible, just like Donald Trump has been going through an anti-corruption campaign in the U.S., an anti-corruption purge. I wrote an article a long time ago called the Trinity, I think. Let me see. I think it was on Badlands. Mirror, Mirror. If you guys want to go to the Badlands Substack, actually, it's in the Doom Dynasty series. So if you go to burningbright.substack.com, earmark this. You might not agree with all of it, but it's going to make you think differently about Xi Jinping. It's a big one. It loops him into Russia and Trump. One of the major things here that I talk about is the analogs between the rises of Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Donald Trump. One of the mirrors between the three of them is an anti-corruption purge, was their stated goal when they got into office, right? Now, this is why at Badlands we tend to be pretty anti-only trust the plan rhetoric, because if the plan is for people to be subjugated by their governments until they wake up, it's an immoral plan. You can understand that that might have been accounted for in the plan, which is how I see it, and also that patriots don't have literal full control over everything, because if they did, then they are part and party to the subjugation that happened to everybody during COVID. That is an inarguable fact of life. And there are a lot of Q people who do believe that, which makes them statists and Marxists and communists. It doesn't make them moral people. That's a very, very bad thing. That means, as Chris Paul would say, we are trading one group of masters for another group of masters who get to decide how much suffering we endure until they save us from our captors, right? Yeah. So apply that framing to China, and one of my early red pills on China was the idea, or was the learning that regional magistrates and power structures in China in the traditional CCP system are significantly more powerful proportionately than U.S. governors are in our country in terms of on their citizenry. So when you apply that to the anti-corruption purge Donald Trump is effecting in the U.S. and how he isn't able to just stop J.B. Pritzker from doing something, which is probably why he is trying to cultivate the mandate right now to do something in Chicago, it's because he can't do it without cultivating the mandate.
It would be unconstitutional for the president to come in and tell a governor or a mayor what to do. That is not how. That is not how the federal system of federalism is supposed to work. So we don't we don't want Donald Trump to set that precedent, because then it's going to be used against you at some point in the future.
Yep. And so I hope people understand. I think most people in chat do. I'm not besmirching or demonizing Trump for the COVID era. I'm saying he is operating in a certain battle space. Just for the sake of argument, apply that to your friends in China.
Or anywhere
Where
else.
were they living? Who are their regional magistrates? What power does Xi Jinping have over those regional magistrates? As Chris Paul always says, there is good twin, evil twin in every country. It's my personal opinion that of the Sovereign Alliance, Xi Jinping has been operating in the most difficult battle space of the three of them when you go down those rabbit holes. And it seems that I think Trump, we'll get into this more next week, Trump's trade war is actually helping Xi the most of anybody in the Sovereign Alliance in terms of destabilizing these power structures. But yeah, like, these are good questions, but that's how I think that we need to be able to, anytime you're like, but what about this with Putin or Xi? It's fair, but just make sure you ask that question from the perspective of a Russian or Chinese person to the US. Well, if Donald Trump is a sovereign-minded nationalist president, why did he allow 4 years of utter catastrophe to befall the United States? Well, he didn't have power over it. So it's a war for a reason. It's not under full control. That is false.
Yeah. The enemy gets a vote. Yeah. And we do need to talk about Tolkien next week too. We need to make sure we weave that in. Yes.
Ghost wanted to talk about Lord of the Rings. And all right, fifth and sixth hour coming right at you. All right, so I think that's it, Ghost.
StreamYard did actually, I'm sorry for being, apologies, be patient, I am retarded. StreamYard did save the YouTube super chat that we missed earlier. It's Electric XRP, $4.99. Didn't Russia offer to workload with the Germans in World War II, but the Germans refused, considering the Russians to be equated to dogs. So I didn't quite catch all of it, but
the Russians are Nazis, I think, is what they
yeah,
said.
yeah. I think what you're referring to is the peace that was made with Stalin prior to World War II. And yeah, there was, but again, I think there were bad actors in every single camp in World War II. I think there were bad actors in Russia, bad actors in Germany, Prussia, bad actors in England, Britain, France. I think it was a transnational cartel that did it in order to destroy Europe, which they successfully did.
Yeah. Also, if your name starts with XRP, thanks for the rant, but I'm not into it. All right, guys, that is it. Short one tonight. We will see you back here on the narrative, the two of us, next Sunday night. I will be whispering soft disclosures the entire time above the sleeping globalist heads of my in-laws. Yeah, we'll see if Baby Bright allows that to happen. But we'll see you next week. Thanks for joining, Ghost.
Of course.
I'll see you next week as well.
Look forward to it.
As I always say, I'm going to outro with the intro. The war is a story. The story is a war. Act accordingly. See you next week.
We were sleeping. I've been sleeping. I've been turning away from a truth I wanted not to face. There is a wound that won't heal at the center of the galaxy. There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us. We let it grow, and now it's here.
How many men have you killed, Malone?
I don't know.
50? 100? Countless.
Countless has a nice ring to it.
And how many lives have you saved?
500,000. Population of King's Landing. Tell me if your precious Randy commanded you to kill your own father and stand by while thousands of men, women, children burned alive, would you have done it? Would you have kept your oath then?
Our time has come. We prepared. We grew stronger. Were you rested in your cradle of power? You were trusted to lead the Republic. But you were deceived. You assumed no force could challenge you. And now, finally, we have returned.
The visions are clear now. I see possible futures all at once. Our enemies are all around us. And in so many futures they prevail. But I do see a way. There is a narrow way through.
It's not a prophecy. It's a story that you keep telling, but it's not their story, it's yours. They deserve to be led by one of their own. What your people did to this world is heartbreaking.
We gave them something to hope for.
That's not hope!
We have survived by hiding from them, by running from them. But they are the gatekeepers. They are guarding all the doors, they are holding all the keys, which means that sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them.
I wish none of this had happened.
So do all who live to see such time, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us.
Forgive me. I did not see. I have failed you all. You will bring me. Captain Armor. I do not know what strength is like that. But I swear to you, I will not let the White City fall. Our people fail. Our people. Our people.
I wish you good fortune in the wars to come. And now it begins.
No. Now it ends.